Chapter 11:28. Chung Gungxing's good friends all said that they were busy and did not have time to come to the Yellow River meeting. Originally, they wanted to hide it and give Jiang Wang a surprise. In Chung Gungxing's words, how could they not be there when their friend's name shook the world? Naturally, they would witness Jiang Qingyang's glory together. Actually, they had arrived in Wa country a few days ago, but they did not announce it. The day before the Yellow River meeting, they suddenly appeared, welcoming the guests with gongs and drums, and responding with firecrackers. Looking around, in the entire river viewing platform, there was no place as lively as Qi Street. Of course, there was no place as awkward as here. It was not only the firecrackers, gongs, drums, and fireworks that were awkward. It was not only the so-called congratulatory speech, created by great scholar Su. Other than himself, only Ji Shu was willing to recite it. Wang Yiwu, Yung Genzuan, Jiang Wang, these three people standing together was already very awkward. When they walked together, they could not even say a single word. In fact, the three of them did indeed walk back in silence, with extremely low pressure. And when Chung Gungxing's fat figure squeezed into this scene, using the word awkward was not enough to describe it. Li Longchuan, Yan Fu, Su Xiangqian, and the others all knew about the grudge between Chung Gungxing and Wang Yiwu. Zhao Wuyan originally wanted to return to the Longmen Academy, but was pestered by Su Xiangqian shamelessly. She also wanted to take care of Jishu, so she came to the river viewing platform. At this time, although she did not know the inside story, with her intelligence, she could guess some problems. Therefore, she was silent. In this situation, it was Chung Gungxing. His fat face quickly bloomed with a smile. "Are you surprised? My brother!" He squeezed in front of Yung Genzuan and said very sincerely, "Among the young people of Zhonggenjia, you are the most promising. You came to the Yellow River to fight for the glory of the country. As your younger brother, how can I not support you?" He stretched out his two large hands and grasped Yung Genzuan's hands tightly. He shook them vigorously and said, "Brother, I'm here to observe the ceremony." Wang Yiwu was expressionless. Yung Genzuan chuckled as he pulled out his hand and placed it on Chung Gungxing's shoulder. "My good little brother, I'm so happy that you're here. How can the feelings between us brothers be fake?" Chung Gungxing looked at him sincerely. "In order to encourage you, this gong, this drum, this fireworks, so many people coming out. This foolish brother spent a lot of Daoyuan stones. Between brothers, talking about money hurts the relationship. Just give me 2,000 Daoyuan stones to deal with it. My good little brother." Yung Genzuan patted him twice to show that he was moved. Then he turned around and said to the soldiers of the Tianfu army who had been following him, "You guys take good care of my fat little brother and his friends. Don't be rude." After saying that, he even cupped his hands towards Li Longchuan, Yan Fu and the rest. "The war is near, I need to concentrate on training. If I've neglected everyone, please forgive me." It was as if he really believed that these people were here to encourage him. He did not lose his composure at all. Li Longchuan, Yan Fu and the other nobles naturally responded with a set of familiar etiquette. Yung Genzuan then took a step forward, his white robe fluttering as he walked towards Qi Street. As for Chung Gungxing, he had obviously come up with a plan. If he was willing to accept it, he would accept it. If he was not willing to accept it, he would just skip it and pretend that he did not hear it. What Daoyuan stones, what Daoyuan stones, it was like the wind brushing past his ears. Wang Yiwu still used that almost constant pace to walk beside Yung Genzuan. He did not interact with any other people. And from start to finish, Chung Gungxing, who was good at acting, did not say a single word to Wang Yiwu, nor did he exchange a single glance. Of course, it was not that he was not eloquent enough, or that his skin was not strong enough. It was just that towards Wang Yiwu, he really did not have anything to say. Some things could not be forgiven, no matter what the reason was. He did have something to say, but it was not now, and it would not be under such circumstances. But who could see Chung Gungxing's mood? Turning his head, this fatty looked towards Jiang Wang with a smile that was not a smile. Jiang Qingyang, it has only been a few days since we last met, but you seem to be getting along well with my cousin. Do you regret not meeting him sooner? TSK. Su Gaogao also jumped out. That day in the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm, in order to help you, I confronted that horse-face king and ruthlessly suppressed his arrogance. Unexpectedly, today, you are chatting happily and walking arm in arm together. Jiang Wang, oh Jiang Wang, I didn't expect that your delicate features would be so weak. This guy was even better at distorting the truth. Not to mention that day in the Heavenly Palace Mystic Realm, they were at most a group of the weak facing the strong. Even today, between him and Wang Yiwu, there was such a dazzling Yungenzuan between them. What arm in arm? Same as fart. Jiang Wang even glanced at Wang Yiwu, who had not gone far, and half of his body had already turned back. Obviously, he was angered by the words horse-face king. Yungenzuan forcefully pulled him away. He pushed forward with both hands, as if he was driving pigs away from his group of friends. Let's go back and talk. Don't block other people's way here. He pushed this and that. He really did not want to block the entrance of Qi Street and continue to embarrass himself. He even took the time to instruct Xiaolin. Xiaolin, quickly ask someone to help collect the gongs, drums, firecrackers and the like. Su Xiangqian was pushed for a while, and suddenly very self-aware, he reacted. Hey! Do you think we've embarrassed you? No, why would I? Jiang Wang pushed and coaxed him. Let's go back to the courtyard and talk in detail. I still want to hear your opinion about the battle strategy of this Yellow River gathering. Su Xiangqian suddenly stopped and turned his head. He looked at Zhao Wuyan with a sigh. Senior Zhao, it seems that I can't keep a low profile anymore. Zhao Wuyan looked at him expressionlessly. Su Gaogao's forehead was shining. With my guidance, this time, the Rushing Horse Mountain duo will definitely become famous. Ji Shu. Zhao Wuyan looked at Ji Shu. Why don't we go find your senior Yin Wenhua? I remember that he was also at the river viewing platform. On the other side, Wang Yiwu was pulled away by Yungenzuan after much persuasion, and avoided a fight with Su Xiangqian. What a petty person. Now everyone dares to talk back to me. Wang Yiwu said angrily. After the Yellow River gathering, I will definitely fight with that Jiang Wang again. Based on my observation of Jiang Wang these few days, you may not be able to win now. Of course, Yungenzuan could only keep this in his heart. He said, I have told you before, and now I will tell you again. You are free to find trouble with whoever you want. Just don't let the incident at the East Street entrance happen again. Wang Yiwu knew that he was in the wrong, so he did not say anything. His silence meant that he agreed. Yungenzuan was about to say something. Yiwu? A voice sounded from the second floor. Ji Zhaonan stood in front of the railing and his gaze fell. Wang Yiwu looked up. Senior, you came to watch the ceremony? Master allowed you to? Ji Zhaonan asked. Almost. Wang Yiwu said vaguely. Almost? Ji Zhaonan frowned. Why didn't I see you when I was fighting with someone earlier? Wang Yiwu was silent for a while. He said stiffly, I just arrived. He thought for a while and added, I didn't know anyone dared to challenge you. Ji Zhaonan looked at him quietly for a while. He turned and said, Come with me. Wang Yiwu looked at Yungenzuan and silently went upstairs. This was the last day before the Yellow River gathering. It was unforgettable for many people. Chapter 11:29. 11th of July. The mighty river flowed all the way from the extreme west to this place. After passing through the Pegasus Plateau, mud and sand flowed, creating such a turbid river. The people on the river viewing platform saw the water level of the Yellow River rise day by day with their own eyes. The ancient and heavy Bridge was tall and majestic. It could accommodate dozens of chariots running side by side. Usually it was like a bridge crossing the abyss. The river flowed gently a few hundred feet under the bridge. Now, the water level was close to the bridge. The raging waves hit the bridge day and night, making loud rumbling sounds. It was as if a terrifying beast was roaring day and night. The sturdy Bayan bridge felt like it could be cut in half at any time. Those who didn't see it with their own eyes couldn't imagine this scene. Time was more determined than the rushing of the river. On the day when the Battle of the Yellow River officially began, all the participants from Tianjiao and all the spectators gathered together and walked into the Pillar of Six Directions. After generations of repairs and refinements, the ancient formation was still functioning today. There were almost unlimited seats on the ring-shaped grandstand. The seats were densely packed. There was still a lot of space. Jiang Wang, Yung Genzuan, and Ji Zhaonan, who were participating in the Battle of Qi from Tianjiao, sat alone at the front of the grandstand. Only Chao Jie sat with them. Two teams of soldiers from the Tianfu army surrounded them as honor guards. Cheng Gongxing, Li Longchuan, and the others sat at the back of the grandstand. Of course, they weren't with Wang Yiwu. Today's competition may start in the outer arena. Chao Jie said in advance, "Yung Genzuan, get ready." Jiang Wang understood why this was happening. Yesterday's unrestricted qualifiers for the under-30 category had been very intense. The first person to be selected was Chen Siwu, who was known as Master of the Six Arts from Tianjiao in the Kingdom of Song. The problem was with the second person to be selected. It wasn't that there was anything fishy about this competition. It was mainly because it was too long. The final selection began in the afternoon, and the Chen Si noon round ended in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. As for the other match, it lasted all the way until this morning, when the main competition was about to begin, before the winner was decided. The golden body jade marrow of ascension gods had far more vitality than when they were still in the mortal body. Their defensive power was even more terrifying. It was not unusual for two people of equal strength to fight for a few days and nights. The Pill Kingdom's Zhang Sun spent a total of 12 hours before he defeated his opponent with a slight advantage. If it wasn't for the fact that they were about to start preparing for the main competition, if they didn't end it now, they would have been forced to fight. As a result, the Alchemy Nation's prefectural field and the unrestricted field under the age of 30 both entered the main competition. This was especially so for the latter, which made the Alchemy Nation's people even more excited. How rare was it to find a cultivator under the age of 30? Not only did the Alchemy Kingdom produce one, but they also managed to enter the main competition of the Yellow River Gathering. He could be regarded as one of the 8 strongest Tianjiao youths in the world. At this level of Tianjiao, no one would doubt it if he said that he could become a real person. For the Pill Kingdom, which had been facing the pressure of the Qin state all year round, this was certainly exciting news. The Ai Hong of the Valley Plains was still wandering there. If the Pill Kingdom didn't strengthen itself, how could it continue? There was no doubt that Zhang Sun and Xiao Shu had given them hope. These two Tianjiao youths had undoubtedly become the pride of the Pill Kingdom. However, the consequence of the unrestricted field under the age of 30 being delayed until today, as a result, the final spot of the inner mansion field was not decided. According to the rules of the inheritance, the inner mansion field, the outer mansion field, and the unrestricted field under the age of 30 were all determined separately. Originally, they were going to hold the final selection of Bai Yuxia and the others after Zhang Sun finished the match. However, the former was delayed until this morning, and the latter was out of time. The final list of the inner mansion field had not been decided, so the main competition naturally couldn't start first. Fortunately, there were precedents for this situation. It was nothing more than adjusting the order of the main competition, and it didn't affect the Yellow River Gathering itself. In the past, there were even cases where the emperors let the unrestricted field under the age of 30 start first on a whim. In response to Chao Jie's reminder, Yonggenzuan only smiled. I've already finished my preparations in Linzi. Chao Jie also smiled. Then I'll wait and see. Chao Jie wasn't the only one. Jiang Wang himself was also looking forward to Yonggenzuan's battle. He wanted to see if this white-clothed young master, who had stolen the glory of his peers, could still suppress everyone on the Riverview platform where Tianjiao gathered. They were now comrades. He also saw Yonggenzuan as a future opponent. Ji Zhaonan sat to Jiang Wang's left. He was expressionless as he quietly watched the martial arts arena. Different people in the spectators' stands were discussing and seething. They were excited for the Tianjiao they were close to. At a certain moment, the horizontal surface formed by the pillars of 6 directions, which was ethereal and mysterious, suddenly stabilized. It became clear, clean, and translucent. It was like a huge mirror that was pieced together to form a cylindrical curtain wall that connected the heavens and the earth. Rumble! The sound of surging waves rolled over. Jiang Wang raised his head and looked. On the mirror screen, he saw the mighty yellow river and the turbid currents. The surrounding mirrors reflected the long river below the Riverview platform. The water level was rising crazily. The great river that spanned tens of thousands of miles turned over like a giant dragon. The vast ocean of land seemed to be about to reverse and drown the world that it had nurtured for countless years. The feeling of swallowing everything and destroying the world could not be understood unless one saw it with their own eyes. In front of such a scene, people with transcendent powers could only feel a deep sense of powerlessness and bewilderment. Taowu Bridge and Baxia Bridge, the 2 ancient bridges with great power at the 2 ends of the Yellow River, were finally drowned by the roaring Yellow River. The bridge deck was now level with the water surface. At this moment all the mirrors disappeared. The area behind the spectator stands was already empty. The distant sky, the flowing clouds, the roaring turbid waves of the Yellow River, they were all spread out in sight. The people sitting in the spectator stands seemed to be able to feel the river wind blowing from all directions. The 6 towering ancient stone pillars had 6 sections. They were like windows that the pillars of 6 directions framed between heaven and earth. Tianjiao, all the spectators, and the soldiers of the various countries were in the windows. Outside the windows was the entire world. Then, Jiang Wang saw a huge figure appear in the window that he corresponded to, which contained an entire world, in the position opposite him. How great and huge was that figure! It was almost indomitable and was on the same level as the pillars of 6 directions. Even Jiang Wang could only see half of the figure's body with his best eyesight. He could only see a purple dragon robe that hung down from the sky. Chao Jie immediately stood up. Jiang Wang, Yonggenzuan, and Ji Zhaonan did not dare to be negligent. They stood up together and bowed deeply. Imperial Emperor! It was not just the window they were facing. In all the 6 windows, surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions, such a huge figure appeared. They could not see their great faces clearly. They could only see a corner of their dragon robes. They were red, a mixture of red, white, and green, black, a mixture of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, with 13 stars and azure. They represented Emperor Chu, Emperor Jing, Emperor Qin, Emperor Jing, and Emperor Mu. Everyone in the pillar of 6 directions stood up at once. Whether or not they were under the control of these 6 great existences, they all bowed. They bowed in unison. Imperial Emperor! Space seemed to have frozen. The angry roaring of the Yellow River had also stopped. An ancient power was awakening. That mysterious and ancient aura made everyone present have the urge to kneel down and worship. It was as if time had flowed through the world. The 6 imperial emperors, who controlled the highest power in the world, had arrived. Chapter 1130. The emperors of the 6 hegemonic states descended upon the Riverview platform with their Dharma idols. They each stood in the middle of the 6 directions stone pillars, as if they were supporting the heavens together with the 6 directions stone pillars. The owner of the red, white, and green dragon robe said, "Inheriting the will of the human emperor, inheriting the virtue of the predecessors." His voice was so loud that it seemed to resound between heaven and earth. It echoed on the Riverview platform, but it also rolled far away, as if it was spreading its great will to the entire world. On the 11th day of the 7th month of the 3919th year of the Taoist calendar, this voice said, "Jing." Another voice that was extremely majestic, as if it was the rule of heaven and earth, followed, "Qin." Then there was a voice beside the Qin emperor that was solemn, powerful, and like a cavalry with a sword and spear. "Jing." Then there was a vast, high and remote female voice that sounded like it was in the clouds. "Mu." Then there was a voice that was indescribably noble, as if it was born supreme. "Chu." After circling around, there was finally a voice that was as deep as the sea and as majestic as the mountain. It was majestic and unstoppable. Together, these 6 great voices each said their own words, but they merged into one. "Here, guard the long river." These 6 great voices came from all over the world, encompassing all directions and rolling back and forth. A great power descended. The 6 towering Dharma idols temporarily disappeared, and the mirror screen, surrounded by the 6 directions stone pillars, appeared again. Through the mirror screen, people could see a huge seal slowly condensing on the turbulent and roaring yellow river section. There were 6 sides to this seal, which were known as the 6 directions stone pillars. Each side was embossed with mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, and it was a beautiful world. There were 9 dragons on this seal. The dragon's tail stood at the base, and the dragon's body was attached to one side. The 9 dragon heads surrounded a huge sun. There were 8 Taoist words carved on the bottom, which read, "9 dragons holding the sun, forever guard the mountains and rivers." This was the 9 dragons holding the sun, forever guard the mountains and rivers seal. Legend had it that the human emperor was equipped with a treasure of the 6 directions stone pillars to guard the world. This was one of the treasures. Ordinary cultivators could not see it at all. Even God-descending cultivators could only vaguely sense it. From the eastern region, the southern region, the western region, the northern region, the central region, all the places where the human race had been, all the places where people had been, the indistinct power gathered bit by bit like stars in the sky. Little by little, it became an ocean. At first, it was a thin stream, then it became a surging river. Finally, it became a mighty force. That insignificant thing could be so great. That indistinct aura could be so vigorous. Endless great power was converging on the river viewing platform. Mountains and rivers, tens of thousands of people, heaven and earth as one. This was the torrent of human Tao. The 9 dragons supporting the sun forever suppressing the mountains and rivers seal became clearer and clearer, and the mountains and rivers carved on the 6 sides also became more and more lively. Under the great power of the 6 emperors, the 9 dragons holding the sun forever suppressing mountain river seal slowly descended. My husband, with the river as the Xian paper and heaven and earth as the seal. The eulogy of that sage from the Confucian sect seemed to resound in his heart, resonating with the sound of the long river. The 9 dragons supporting the sun forever suppressing the mountains and rivers seal was thus imprinted. Touch the raging waves and the raging waves stop, seal the raging waves and the raging waves calm down. Then, he would have to guard the ancestral river for at least 10 years. Make the wind and rain smooth, the mountains and rivers solid, the world peaceful, and the people safe. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Wang seemed to have heard a wail. The immortal aura could testify that there was no such thing as a voice at all. This sound was more like some kind of resonance on the soul level. It was like watching autumn leaves fall, and it felt even more lonely. It was like the entire river was trembling. However, this faint wail also gradually dissipated as the waves of the Yellow River calmed down. In the mirror screen, the water level could be seen dropping rapidly. 3 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet. Soon, the two ancient dragon-suppressing bridges were like high cliffs again. The long river became so calm and gentle, as if it had just turned over and fallen asleep again. On the ancient bridge, not a drop of water could be seen, disappearing without a trace. On the world platform, everyone was deeply moved. In that ancient era that could no longer be investigated in detail, where did the human race have a foothold? The darkness was as long as the years. In the long history, generations of sages had overcome all obstacles and fought against the wind and wave. Generations of humans had fought endlessly to turn this modern world into the human world. What would forever guard the mountains and rivers was never the treasure of the 6 directions. What supported the heavens and the earth was never the pillar that supported the heavens. It was people. It was people who advanced dauntlessly and risked their lives. The word people stood in the heavens and the earth. The mirror screen that surrounded the 4 directions disappeared once again. The 6 indomitable figures appeared once again. They were like 6 towering giants overlooking the pillar of 6 directions, the grand event of the human race in Tianjiao. This was the main competition of the Yellow River Gathering, the peak event of the young people in Tianjiao in the modern world. All the countries in Tianjiao were gathered here. Who could be famous in the world? Everyone sat on the spectator stands, holding their breaths as they waited for the competition to begin. The red-faced Xian Nankue stood under the A martial arts practice platform and did not have any intention of making a sound. Even the commander of the God's Will Army, Xian Nankue, felt that the hosting of the Yellow River Gathering was not proper enough. They could not see the movement and did not know how it happened. On the C martial arts practice platform, a Taoist appeared out of thin air. This Taoist wore a luxurious Taoist robe made of gold and jade. His Taoist hair was tied up with a golden jade hairpin. His face was rosy and his facial features were handsome. He looked around and looked at the 6 Dharma forms of the 6 emperors. Finally, he lowered his head slightly towards Emperor Jing as a sign of respect. Yu Chu of Mount Yujing pays his respects to all the supremes. His face was calm and there was no aura around him. However, his voice was very warm and gentle, as if it could soothe the souls of those who heard it. "This Yellow River Gathering will be hosted by me," he said. This perfected cultivator from Mount Yujing extended his hand towards the eastern spectator stand and said, "Mr. Ao, please take a seat." On the eastern spectator stand, there was a single luxurious chair at the highest point. Gold and jade intertwined with each other, and gems adorned it like stars. The back of the chair was leaning against the pillar of 6 directions. The position of this pillar of 6 directions was between the Dharma forms of Emperor Jing and Emperor Qi. Therefore, the person on this chair was also between the 2 emperors. Similarly, there was no movement. A figure wearing a long golden robe with an indistinct face landed on the chair. Although he was also a supreme being and sat above everyone present. However, compared to the 6 emperors who supported the Heaven's Ring world, he was a little dim. Yu Chu had no intention of introducing him. He only glanced at Xian Nankue, who was below the A martial arts practice platform, and he had already completed the exchange of information regarding the Yellow River Gathering. Then, he said, "Tianjiao of the outer pavilions of the various countries, please enter." He took a step back and stepped off the martial arts practice platform. His voice was still clear in everyone's ears as he said, "The names have been decided. Everyone has their own opponent. Life and death are fated. Victory and defeat are fought for. Please be the king of drama." On the right of Jiang Wang, Yonggenzuan stood up calmly. There was a faint smile on his face, and there was no trace of nervousness in his ink-black eyes. He seemed to be walking slowly, but he was actually walking quickly. He was dressed in white and looked magnificent. The moment he stepped onto the Gung martial arts practice platform, he became the center of attention. The 16 Tianjiao of the outer pavilions would fight on 8 martial arts practice platforms at the same time. One battle would determine the top 8. Yung Genzuan's opponent also stood in front of him at this moment. Due to the tacit agreement between the 6 great nations, Yung Genzuan of Qi's opponent was Tai Yin, who came from the Tai family of Xia. He was the grandnephew of Tai Hua, who had died at the Sword Peak Mountain. This was a young Tianjiao who could be considered handsome. Facing the Qi people, he was truly filled with hatred for his country and family. He had a reason to be angry and the cause of his hatred. However, he looked at Yung Genzuan calmly. It was as if he was facing an ordinary passerby. He did not know him before, he did not know him now, and he did not need to remember him in the future. Chapter 1131. Hatred meant that one was hurt but could not take revenge. Anger meant that one was not satisfied with the current situation but could not do anything about it. These were all signs of weakness. Tai Yin had always remembered these words. Therefore, he would not let hatred and anger affect him. The Tai clan was the most prestigious clan in Xia country. Its glorious history was even longer than Xia country. However, the lack of successors was a problem that many clans had to face. The Tai clan was no exception. The wars between countries, the killings behind the Thousand Goblins sect, the dangers that the southern region countries had to face, and even cultivation itself, all of these could lead to the death of experts. As the older generation of experts died, and there were fewer and fewer successors, the old clans were declining day by day. Fortunately, Granduncle Tai Hua was born with unparalleled talent. He successfully reached true enlightenment and supported the Tai clan's prestige. With his lifespan, he could protect the clan for thousands of years. As for Tai Yin, he became famous at a young age. Granduncle had hoped that he would be the future of the Tai clan and personally taught him. Many people saw it as a sign of the Tai clan's revival. However, everything changed after the Battle of Sword Peak Mountain. The pillar of the Tai clan fell. The successor, like him, had not grown up yet. The ancient glory of the clan was far away. Where would the mighty Tai clan go from here? After Granduncle Tai Hua died in battle, the imperial court had given the Tai clan as much support as possible. However, Tai Yin had to prove that he could support the clan. When his opponent was Qi, he had to bear the expectations of the Xia people. As the loser in the Battle of the Overlord, the Xia changed its name to Shenwu to show that its fighting spirit was still there. However, it was now the 31st year of Shenwu. Not only did the Xia not wash away the humiliation of that day, but they were also humiliated on Sword Peak Mountain. Their opponents were getting stronger and more terrifying. Back then, the limit of the Xia country in the south was this mountain. Today, many people were asking, do the Xia people still have the fighting spirit? Since Tai Yin was here, he had to give an answer. His answer had to be loud and clear. Then, the identity of his opponent was very important. Yung Genzuan, who suppressed Linzi, was the best. He could defeat Yung Genzuan and trample on Linzi city. He could represent the Xia and say to Qi, that was all there was to it. The voices from the spectator stands faded away, and the expectant and observant gazes faded away. He was only waiting for one word, begin. So he moved. His right hand was like a fish that had suddenly been thrown onto the shore, twitching and jerking violently. It was futile and without any sense of beauty, but it had the power to struggle between life and death. This action looked a little funny, but those who truly understood it would definitely not laugh. Divine ability, embarrassment. Fish out of water, birds caught in the net, and beasts lost their way. Forever without freedom. Being bound by this ability, all living beings would fall into an extremely disadvantageous situation. When the Yellow River gathering began, all elemental energy was suppressed to a state of equilibrium. It was a completely equal balance, and would not be biased towards any type of elemental energy or any individual. The environment was fair to everyone. However, things were different now. Tai Yin could clearly feel that the air around his opponent had become sticky. The air was like a swamp, causing it to sink. Fire elemental energy was shattered, water elemental energy was berserk, wind elemental energy was silent, and earth elemental energy was floating. The elemental energy became extremely chaotic, and even collided with each other and interfered with each other. Everything in this environment was under the control of his divine ability, making him an enemy of his opponent. What was embarrassment? The ruler was under the cave. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Embarrassing, and at a loss of what to do. I have a divine ability, so why can't I make Tianjiao lower his head? Tai Yin's left hand was placed in front of his body, his right hand was slightly drooping, and his 5 fingers were slightly spread open as he hurried forward. He had a strong feeling that the power of heaven and earth was in his hands. This was the mentality that came with controlling the embarrassment ability. He suppressed his arrogance and allowed himself to calmly observe his opponent. The Qi people could not be underestimated. If the Qi people were incompetent, then what were the Xia people, who had been repeatedly suppressed by them, considered? Underestimating one's opponent was actually looking down on oneself. At this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely strong repulsive force suddenly descend and crazily push him away. From the moment he came to the river viewing platform, he had set Qi Tianjiao as his opponent. He was naturally prepared for the world-famous Chongshuan's divine ability. In the distant starry sky, in the black tortoise starfield in the north, a starlight sacred tower suddenly shone. The black tortoise had benevolence and tolerance. What Tao do you want to achieve? This was a question that every cultivator with the ambition of God's descent had to consider. But not everyone had the answer. When the starlight sacred tower was established, it was to explain oneself to the world. Most cultivators followed the prescribed order, first following the old rules and then proving themselves. Just like the Confucian scholars, who controlled themselves with etiquette. Just like the Buddhist disciples, who made a promise with precepts. Even more like the legalist disciples, who followed the rules with law. Under the restrictions of rules, they naturally walked toward morality. They reached the realm of following one's heart and not overstepping the rules. And what was I? What was my Tao? To Tai Yin, tolerance was one of his rules. It was his strict self. When he abided by this Tao, the projection of the black tortoise starlight sacred tower had the power of benevolence. He was not a Confucian disciple, but being in Xia, he was deeply influenced by Confucianism. He took the word benevolence from the northern black tortoise. Tolerance was not cowardice, retreat, or fear. It was forgiveness. And the premise of forgiveness was that you admitted your mistake. Of course, Yonggenzuan would not admit his mistake, so he broke his spine and forced him to admit his mistake. Of course, Tai Yin would not forgive everyone. He would forgive himself. He would forgive himself for not being born a few decades earlier, for not being able to participate in the Battle of Xia, for not being able to save the losing situation. He would forgive himself for being young and not being able to cultivate enough to climb the Sword Peak Mountain and save his granduncle. He would forgive everything that was beyond his power now and allow himself to bravely move forward. The distant starlight that belonged to the black tortoise sacred tower shone around his body. The power of the starlight, the thick benevolence, allowed him to easily resist the repulsive force. He used the repulsive force to trap his opponent in an embarrassing situation. He used the black tortoise sacred tower to make himself powerless. He hurried forward. His left hand, which was in front of him, pushed to the side. The chaotic environment between him and his opponent, Yonggenzuan, opened up a path for him to attack. This was the order that he re-established in his predicament. If not for the fact that he was in a place with no environment like the martial arts arena, the effect of this ability would only be stronger. At this moment, a huge sun suddenly rose in front of him. It was like the scorching sun shining through the dark clouds. The moment the sun wheel descended, all other elemental energy was expelled, leaving only pure fire elemental energy to wander and form a new order. Yonggenzuan's ability, Sun Wheel. This ability was known as All Evil Shall Retreat, All Gods and Ghosts Shall Burn. It was a powerful ability that suppressed evil and swept away filth. It was not appropriate to use it at this moment. However, Yonggenzuan actually used it to re-establish the order of elemental energy. This could be considered an ingenious use of it. He had developed this ability to the extreme and used it as he wished. As expected of Tianjiao. However, Tai Yin sneered. Indeed, you are a heavenly abode cultivator and can dominate the inner abode. However, you do not understand what the outer tower is. When he opened his mouth, in the distant starry sky, 3 more light spots lit up one after another. The Azure Dragon Sacred Tower in the east, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Tower in the south, and the White Tiger Sacred Tower in the west. Starlight bathed Tai Yin's body and surged on him. When he finished this sentence, his right hand, which had been slightly open, suddenly clenched into a fist. Then, he punched forward. Starlight sparkled on his fist. There were red, blue, green, and yellow colors mixed together. When this punch landed, the temporary order formed by Yonggenzuan's Sun Wheel ability collapsed on the spot. This was for Reverse 4 Divisions Mixed Elemental Force. This was the power that made Xia's Tai family famous. This force disintegrated all elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Its true power could only be displayed at the peak of the outer tower. This was because only when the 4 great Starlight Sacred Towers were established could the true Reverse 4 Divisions Mixed Elemental Force be refined. Using the negative ability to control the environment and trap the opponent in chaos. Using the Reverse 4 Divisions Mixed Elemental Force to break the defense and immediately determine life and death. This was an almost perfect combination. The power was far from the sum of the two, but calculated in multiples. Wherever Tai Yin's fist went, everything disintegrated unnaturally. The Azure Dragon took faith, the Vermilion Bird took virtue, the Black Tortoise took benevolence, and the White Tiger took killing. This was his Starlight Sacred Tower, the principle that he explained. Starlight flowed on his body. Red, blue, green, and yellow colors entangled on his fist. It was not only the Reverse 4 Divisions Mixed Elemental Force, but also the forging of Tao. And the fist moved forward. It was as if everything between him and Yonggenzuan was making way for this fist. There was only this fist in the world. He felt the power. He felt his strength. Countless days and nights of sleepless cultivation. The hatred of the country, the hatred of the family, kill. He saw the white-robed Zhongxian Zun suddenly stretch out his hand and grab the sun wheel in the air. Then, he smashed it over. Clang. The fist collided with the sun wheel, producing a metallic sound. Tai Yin was expressionless as he punched again. He saw a faint smile at the corner of his opponent's mouth. Clang. The fist hit the sun wheel again. How can you be so calm? Why should I be afraid of using the Reverse 4 Divisions Mixed Elemental Force against your ability? Even if I can't destroy this ability in one go, I can still destroy the Fire Elemental Force. Would you still be able to remain calm after your divine ability was shattered? Tai Yin's fist surged with 4-colored light and smashed down again. As for the Scarlet Sun Wheel that had already been extinguished, it was grabbed by the opponent and smashed over once again. The two of them hammered continuously as if they were forging iron. The Reverse 4 Divisions Mixed Elemental Force against the Sun Wheel. The red color on the sun wheel gradually faded. Tai Yin's fist became stronger and stronger. The reverse 4 divisions mixed elemental force wrapped around his fist and punched out again and again. Of course, he did not forget to control the negative ability to create the worst and most chaotic environment for his opponent. The power of heaven and earth makes you not free. However, no matter how he punched, no matter how turbulent his reverse 4 divisions mixed elemental force was, Jungenzuan would not hesitate to hit back with the sun wheel. It was as if he did not care about his ability that was gradually fading. Again and again, again and again, the sun wheel ability was about to be destroyed. Why is he still smiling? Tai Yin raised his vigilance and stabilized his emotions. This was a situation where he had the upper hand. If he continued, he would win. There was no reason for him to change his move first. Fighting required courage and especially wisdom. But at this moment, he heard Jungenzuan's voice. Tai clan of the state of Xia, is this all you've got? So disdainful, such an understatement. Aren't you the one who is about to be destroyed by me? Tai Yin did not allow his anger to surge. He only wanted to sneer. It was just a small trick to disturb his mentality. Just as he was about to speak, the fists collided once again, and an extremely terrifying power suddenly came from the sun disk that was smashing over. It was Chongshuan's ability. It was far stronger and heavier than the level of the repulsive force from before. It was much stronger than what he had prepared for. He had tried his best to take it seriously, but it was not enough. Was this the strength of Chongshuan's ability? Tai Yin only had time to think about this. His fist was first smashed back, and then it hit his own chest. The protective starlight was still holding on. He had dispelled the reverse 4 divisions mixed elemental force in advance, but his sternum had caved in. His entire body was sent flying by the impact. While flying backward at an extremely fast speed, Tai Yin saw something. That man in snow-white robes suddenly closed in. He did not look like he was trapped in a swamp. He did not look like he was being targeted by the environment. The tearing of the elemental energy did not seem to exist. He had actually adapted to the chaotic environment created by the embarrassment divine ability in such a short time. How was this possible? How could he adapt to the elemental energy that had been stirred up dozens of times every second? But the sun wheel that was getting closer and was no longer as red was describing reality. What was reality? Reality was that Xia had lost the battle for the overlord position. Reality was that the Sword Peak Mountain was engraved with words of shame. Reality was that Granduncle Tai Hua had died in battle. Reality was that the sun wheel was going to hit his head. F***CKU impossible! Tai Yin roared in his heart. His blood was boiling. A powerful force surged from his body that was still flying backward. He turned around and shot into the sky. What bullsh***T reality? I will never accept it. He gritted his teeth and summoned the power of the Four Saints building. His inner mansion rumbled. I must let you see, however. A terrifying gravitational force suddenly enveloped his entire body, pulling him back down from the sky. Bang! The sun wheel finally hit his head. This loud sound reverberated throughout the entire martial arts practice platform. Tai Yin was also smashed to the ground by the sun chakram. He endured the dizziness and tried to control his collapsing Tao energy and chaotic qi and blood to find balance in his body. He tried his best to summon the Starlight Sacred Building to protect his body. Bang! His head was hit again. The starlight dimmed. This could not go on, this could not go on. Tai Yin bit the tip of his tongue and gained a brief moment of clarity in the pain. He struggled to clench his right hand. In the distant starry sky, the White Tiger Sacred Building in the north was completely extinguished. He took the initiative to destroy the White Tiger Sacred Building. All of his understanding of the word kill flowed back to him. Majestic and terrifying killing power merged with the reverse 4 divisions primordial chaos force and surged into his fist. He wanted to then. He felt his neck being viciously choked by a hand. Countless gravitational and repulsive forces pressed into his body through this hand. In his muscles, blood, and even in his Tao energy there was a constant conflict. Ugh! He could not scream. He could only groan. He stubbornly mustered up his remaining strength and used his fist, which was filled with terrifying power, to punch upwards with all his might. Bang! The sun wheel hit his head and drowned his consciousness. This was so powerful that it made one despair. In the eyes of the spectators, they only saw Yungenzuan, who was unparalleled in his generation, choking Tai Yin with one hand and pressing him to the ground. The other hand raised the sun wheel high. Bang! 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 It was extremely barbaric and rough. He smashed Tai Yin again and again, as if he wanted to smash him into meat paste. If one only looked at his face, those pitch-black eyes were very calm, and the corner of his mouth still had that charming, faintly discernible smile. He had a fatal charm, but he raised his arm high and lowered it again and again. The arm that held the sun wheel tightly had blue veins popping out, like a dragon coiling around a mountain. It was the most direct display of violence. Bang! 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 Winner, Chi Yungenzuan. Below the stage, Yu Ju said lightly. Without any movement, a clear light had already covered Tai Yin, gently but firmly stopping Yungenzuan. Seeing that the protective starlight had been completely shattered, the sun wheel fell again, but it couldn't smash that head. The sun wheel seemed to have hit a ball of cotton, soft and powerless. Yungenzuan then let go of his hand, stood up, and kept the sun wheel. On the ground, Tai Yin, who had completely lost consciousness, clenched his right fist tightly. It was even surging with the power of the reverse four divisions mixed essence force. Of course, he was determined, unyielding, and brave. But that was all. Because the battles on the other stages hadn't ended, Yungenzuan walked down the stage. His gaze was calm, his footsteps were calm. There wasn't a trace of blood on his body, and the sun wheel had been kept back. He was still wearing a snow-white robe, looking elegant. To him, this Tai Yin was, of course, a good outer sect cultivator. But he wasn't even Bao Buozhao's match. In terms of understanding of the outer sect, he was slightly stronger than Bao Buozhao, but in terms of the use of divine powers, he was much weaker. Back then, he could easily beat Bao Buozhao 1 against 3. How could the him today be compared to the him who had just entered the outer sect? The other party had stirred the environment dozens of times in a breath. His Chongxian's secret technique. With the support of Chongshuan's divine powers, he had already probed and resisted thousands of times. So the pressure, it had never appeared. It didn't matter if Tai Yin was filled with hatred, anger, or struggle. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't matter. There was no need to talk about what kind of story he had and what kind of life he had. This was just an ordinary person among the many unimportant people who had been defeated by him. Chapter 1132. Jiang Wang, who was sitting in the front row of the spectator stand, silently watched this scene. Yungenzuan was certainly worthy of his attention. However, his focus was on the host of the competition, perfected Lord Yu Qian. He had been watching the battles on the 8 arenas at the same time, but he had also protected Tai Yin in a timely manner. It could be said that the timing was perfect. It happened at the moment when the protective starlight shattered. No wonder it was said that few people died in the gathering of the Yellow River. With the protection of a Tao evolver, it was really difficult to kill an opponent. However, the words, "very few people have died," meant that someone had died before. How did those people die? Jiang Wang thought that it should be because of the timing of the battle. Even a true monarch would find it hard to determine the outcome of a battle. When one of them fell, how could one be sure that he would not get up again? When one of them was killed with only one breath left, how could one be sure that the other would not be able to make a comeback? Take the battle just now as an example. What if Tai Yin's fist had landed on Yungenzuan? Of course, Tai Yin would not be able to defeat Yung Genzuan no matter what. However, how would the crowd be convinced if the outcome was decided in advance? The outcome of the gathering of the Yellow River did not only decide the outcome of the battle between the two Tianjiao. There were too many things involved. The host of the Perfected Lord had his own standpoint, so it was impossible to be absolutely fair. Even if it was absolutely fair, the others would not believe it. If the judgment of a Perfected Lord was effective, then it would be better not to fight. They would just send someone up for the Perfected Lord to take a look and judge. Therefore, the timing of the undisputed outcome was very important. Jiang Wang was seriously thinking about how to kill Lin Jingren in the gathering of the Yellow River. Only by destroying his body and soul could he eliminate this terrifying opponent and deal a heavy blow to the current Zhuang Ting. It was also a step in his revenge against Du Ruhui and Zhuang Gaoxian. They wanted to win the Zhuang kingdom's honor in the Yellow River gathering. He would personally shatter their hope. However, to do that, perhaps he could only use the Buzhou wind, which had fused with the killing nail, to blow away his opponent's soul when he was caught off guard during the battle. When victory and defeat were decided, life and death were also decided. Perhaps true monarch Yu Hua wouldn't be able to save him in time. Of course, this was just a guess. Jiang Wang didn't have enough understanding of a Dao Evolver's power, so he couldn't say for sure that he would be able to kill his opponent. Was there any other way to increase the chances of success? While thinking about these questions, Jiang Wang only looked at the martial arts practice platform from the beginning to the end. He never looked at Lin Jingren or Du Ruhui. None of the participants would be able to know the lineup of the gathering of the Yellow River before they went on stage. Only Tianjiao, one of the 6 superpowers, knew who their opponent was. The rest of the people could only assume that the Qi Yung Genzuan would fight against Tianjiao of the Xia Kingdom, Ganchang, and of the Qin Kingdom would fight against Tianjiao of the Dan Kingdom, Naoyang of the Mu Kingdom would fight against Tianjiao of the Xing Kingdom, and so on. Although the 6 great nations had a tacit understanding, they still had to maintain the dignity of the Yellow River gathering. Most of the time, a fig leaf was just a decoration, but it was still necessary for it to exist. In other words, Jiang Wang could already confirm that he would fight against Lin Jingren in the first round of the Inner Mansion competition through Chao Jia. The others, including Lin Jingren, only thought that he would fight against Tan Lian of the Xia Kingdom or Jiang Shaohua of the Xin Kingdom in the first round. The lineup would only be announced the moment before the stage. What Jiang Wang wanted to do was to go all out and kill Lin Jingren at the beginning of the battle. Firstly, he wanted to kill all his enemies. Secondly, he wanted to let the world know that the Zhuang Kingdom had been lucky to get a spot in the Inner Mansion competition. He wanted to stain their hard-to-come-by honor. It was easy to defeat, but difficult to kill. Jiang Wang didn't just have to fight against Lin Jingren, but also Yu Qian. Everyone else was paying attention to Tianjiao's exquisite battle. Only he was paying more attention to Yu Qian's moves. Of course, he wasn't qualified to judge Yu Qian's strength, and he couldn't make any accurate predictions. He could only analyze the circumstances under which Yu Qian would intervene in a match to determine the outcome. What was there that he could make use of in this situation? The first round of the Outer Mansion competition had ended. The list of the top 8 was Yung Genzuan of the Qi Kingdom, Ganchang and of the Qin Kingdom, Naoyang of the Mu Kingdom, Dou Zhao of the Chu Kingdom, Wei Shan of the Jing Kingdom, Yan Xiaofei of the Wei Kingdom, Gu Feng of the Yu Kingdom, and Fan Wushu of the Li Kingdom. Apart from the Jingdu Kingdom, which had forfeited, and Tianjiao, which was one of the most powerful countries in the world, had all defeated their opponents without any injuries. They had all won by crushing their opponent. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Battle of the Yellow River, and if it wasn't for the fact that Yu Qian of Mount Yujing was the host, none of their opponents would have survived. The gap between the 6 great nations and the geniuses of the other nations only became apparent after the official competition. In the list of the top 8, the Wei Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom were both regional powers. Their national powers were only slightly weaker than the Xia Kingdom. It wasn't rare for 1 or 2 Tianjiao to make it into the top 8. Only Li Kingdom was a small country. It couldn't even be considered as a regional power. Fan Wushu's results were also particularly eye-catching. According to the information that the state of Qi had gathered, Fan Wushu was a man with a lot of stories. Li Kingdom was south of the Wei Kingdom and west of the Xia Kingdom. The Fan family was a very famous family in Li Kingdom. Fan Wushu wasn't originally called this name. He was born into a prominent family. He was spoiled and spoiled since he was young. Every day, he would play with his cat and walk his dog. Because he was afraid of hardships, he didn't practice martial arts until he was 15. His body wasn't nourished, and he couldn't use the meridian unlocking elixir to become extraordinary. His father was a general of Li Kingdom. He led the army for many years, fighting for the country and for his family. He didn't have much time to discipline him. Originally, he wanted to be a rich and idle man for the rest of his life, and it would pass peacefully. But it was inevitable that the pot would break by the well, and the general would die on the battlefield. When Fan Wushu's father retreated from the battlefield and was on the verge of death, he was still drunk and hadn't returned to the brothel. His father was hanging on to his last breath, waiting for him to return. Before he died, he looked at him and only said 4 words: ignorant and incompetent. He died with his eyes open. From then on, he changed his name to Wushu. He observed filial piety for 10 years and cultivated diligently. 10 years later, he actually soared to the sky and became the most dazzling Tianjiao in Li Kingdom. This was a very popular story in Li Kingdom. It was seen as a model of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf. And this time, he represented Li Kingdom in the Yellow River gathering. He actually made it to the top 8 of the outer arena. This added a bit of a legend to it. A rectangular light screen appeared in the sky above the martial arts arena. The names of the top 8 constantly changed on the light screen. When it stopped, it was time for the top 8 of the outer arena to be confirmed. This was a random and chaotic Taoist restriction to ensure that the final list was absolutely fair. Under the watch of the 6 emperors, it was impossible to do anything. Without a doubt, the top 6 Tianjiao in the world didn't want to clash with the other powerful countries in advance. But in the top 8 of the top 4, there would definitely be Tianjiao in the top 6 who had to leave early. This was the cruel part of the Tianjiao gathering, but also the exciting part. The names on the light screen stopped changing. The last one was Yonggenzuan in Qi Kingdom versus Naliang in Mu Kingdom. Ganchang and in Qin Kingdom versus Dou Zhao in Chu Kingdom. Zhongshan Wei Sun in Jing Kingdom versus Fan Wushu in Li Kingdom. Yan Xiaofei in Wei Kingdom versus Goluo in Yu Kingdom. For the top 6 prodigies in the world, this was probably the worst possible situation. Because they had the strength to sweep the top 4, but they could only keep 3 spots in the top 4. And in this terrible situation, Zhongshan Wei Sun in Jing Kingdom was obviously luckier. He was the only one who avoided the Battle of Tianjiao in the second round. Good luck, Huang Sheli said carelessly. The less consumption in the early stage, the higher the chance of winning in the later stage. Of course, this was the best luck. Zhongshan Wei Sun grinned. I hope we all have better luck. I don't need it. Huang Sheli hurriedly raised his hand, as if he was afraid that Zhongshan Wei Sun's blessing would take effect. A true powerhouse has to fight powerhouses. Only a toad would bully a bug. If this was the great illusionary realm, Zhao Taizhu would definitely ask her who the toad was, and scold her until she stomped her feet. But this was the river viewing platform. Anything that happened here, Great General Huang Fu would hear it. As the young master of the famous Zhongshan family, Zhongshan Wei Sun could only be elegant and easygoing, smiling as he left the viewing platform and walked towards the martial arts platform. Then I bless you. he said. As he spoke, he forcefully controlled his cheek. Just now, when he crippled Tianjiao in the 5 Northwest Countries Alliance, he didn't even use this much strength. Such a beautiful woman with such a background, and such talent, how could she have a mouth? If she was mute, how perfect would that be? The list was set. The 8 martial arts platforms on the field suddenly began to move. When the ancient stone platforms collided, they actually flowed. In front of everyone, the platforms merged into one. This made Jiang Wang immediately think of the great illusionary realm, the sword discourse platform used for matching battles, which also merged in this way. Cultivators relied on this to compete in the Milky Way. The sword discourse platform in the great illusionary realm might have been a reference to the gathering of the Yellow River on the field. 2 martial arts platforms merged into one, and in the end, only 4 platforms were left. The battles for the top 4 began at the same time. Of the 4 battles to determine the top 4, the most eye-catching one was, of course, Dou Zhao of the Chu state versus Gan Chang, and of the Qin state. Even if Zhong Xianzun was a peerless talent, and his opponent, Na Liang, was a top-notch prodigy from the overlord nation, Mu nation, it could not overshadow the limelight of the battle between Dou Zhao and Gan Chang. And Dou Zhao was known to be invincible among his peers, and his fame was comparable to that of Zhuo Guanglie, who won the gathering of the Yellow River at the age of 15. Gan Chang, and was only 19 years old, younger than many Tianjiao in the Inner Mansion arena. He was a true young genius. In a sense, their battle was an extension of the battle between Qin and Chu. Both sides would definitely aim to kill the other. Even Yu Qie, the host of the competition, had to pay more attention. In the stands, Jiang Wang had already set his eyes on the second platform where Dou Zhao and Gan Chang were going to fight. Compared to watching Yung Genzuan hit his head with the Sun Chakra, he was more interested in seeing the 7 fighting styles, which was known as the best fighting style in the modern world. When he fought against Qi Yunshan, Dou Mian didn't have time to fully display his skills before he was suppressed by Qi Yunshan's power. But later, according to Yi Qingyu's description, Dou Mian had made a few moves. It wasn't weak, but it didn't seem to be that powerful. It didn't deserve the title of the best fighting style in the modern world. Maybe Dou Zhao could give the answer. In contrast, Zhong Shan and Wei Sun of the Jing state had no skills. There was almost no suspense, and not many people paid attention to them. As for the battle between Yan Xiaofei of the Wei state and the Revolutionary Army of the Yu state, the former was said to be a wanderer of the Wei state, not from a famous family. The latter was the disciple of the former Prime Minister of the Yu state, Gao Zheng. Speaking of which, both of them had brilliant lives. But not many people paid attention to this battle, including Jiang Wang. The two of them undoubtedly had the best luck. They had a 50% chance of entering the top 4, which was excellent news for both the Wei state and the Yu state. Correspondingly, the reason why this was regarded as excellent luck was precisely because in the eyes of most people, their group was the weakest in the top 4. Jiang Wang seriously looked at the 2 people confronting each other on stage B. He didn't even notice when Yung Genzuan left the spectator area. Dou Zhao versus Gan Chang. This battle was too worthy of attention. Compared to Dou Mian's thin and sharp facial contours, Dou Zhao's facial contours looked a little wider and gentler. His forehead was full, and his eyes were bright, giving people a very brilliant feeling. It was easy to feel close to him. The saber in his hand was very special. The back of the saber was very thick, and the blade was very sharp. The back of the saber and the blade formed a triangle. There was no blade tip, or the blade tip was a triangular cross-section. At first glance, it looked like a broken saber, which only had the function of slashing. This was a brave and resolute saber. The moment he saw it, Jiang Wang thought of Dou Mian's Tianyu saber. As a trophy, he even held it in his hand to feel it. The head of the Tianyu saber was exaggeratedly huge and extremely fierce. It was said to be a saber that separates heaven and earth, separating life and death. Do Mian regarded it as an extremely precious treasure. In terms of appearance, the Tianyo saber and the saber in Do Zhao's hand were completely different. But Jiang Wang could completely feel the resonance of their blood vessels and concluded that they should be two famous sabers produced from the same furnace. After a long period of nurturing acacia, he already had some understanding of famous weapons. Do Zhao's saber was extraordinary. Gan Chang'en, who was standing opposite Do Zhao, was a very young man. Just by looking at his face, people would believe that he was only 13 or 14 years old. However, 19 years old was indeed not considered old. He was the same age as Jiang Wang on the spectator's stand. Compared to Jiang Wang, who was a poor child, who only opened his meridians at the age of 16. Gan Chang'en was born in a famous family and had outstanding talent since he was young. When he was 8 years old, he was hoped by Wang Shishu, the Qin emperor's most trusted advisor, that he would be able to bring Chang'en. This meant that this child's life was smooth and he had unique talent. When he was 8 years old, he had the talent of a city lord and could bring Chang'en to Chang'en. The phrase, bringing Chang'en to Chang'en at the age of 8, was also widely spread. Many people praised prodigies with this phrase. Jiang Qingyang only became famous in Linzi when he was 18 years old. He could be considered to have left his name behind. Gan Chang'en was famous in Xianyang City when he was 8 years old. He was truly the shining star of Tianjiao since he was young. The young and inexperienced Gan Chang'en wore a black scholar's robe. His figure was thin and his hands were empty. Rather than calling him a transcendent expert, he was more like a child who had sneaked out of a private school. It felt like he would take out a book at any time and recite it while shaking his head. However, Jiang Wang could feel the sharpness in his body that was ready to be unleashed. He had a saber, but now was not the time for him to use his saber. Chapter 1133. Yu Lu's voice announcing the start of the battle sounded in everyone's ears almost at the same time. Do Zhao stepped forward, raised his hand and slashed down. Rumble. There was no lightning, but it seemed to be thunder. The 6 directions pillars surrounded the training ground, and the Dharma forms of the 6 supreme beings were divided into 6 sides. The sky that corresponded to the martial arts practice platform was completely exposed. But there were winds and clouds. With Do Zhao's slash, the clouds suddenly split in half, and the wind silently broke. It looked like the whole sky suddenly split open. At this time, the thick saber shaped like a broken blade slashed down heavily, but it did not seem to be a saber that fell. It was the cracked sky that seemed to be close to the end of the world. The name of the saber was Heaven's Dawn. The name of the move was Heaven's Punishment. Among the 7 fighting styles, this was the first style. Do Zhao's saber was still halfway, and the crack in the sky had already fallen. In the sky above Gan Chang'en's head, the traces of the air being split were sharp and obvious. It made people worried that the whole space, including him, would be separated. Facing the crack in the sky, Gan Chang'en calmly stretched out his palm. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up, like a child holding up his beloved thing. Something was dancing, a cold light was dancing. Jiang Wang used his eyesight to see that it was a small saber about 4 inches long. This saber was very exquisite. The spine of the saber was like 2 crescent moons, and the line of the saber was like a stream, very clear and gentle. The hilt was the graceful waist of a beauty. Her feet crossed, and the hilt was finished. A pair of jade arms, one front and one back, one up and one down, seemed to be dancing, and became a saber. There was a saying in the land of Qin, a 4-inch small saber dancing in the palm, seeing this dance for life. The world's famous saber dancing in the palm. There was no one who saw this saber in this life. This was a famous saber in the history of the Qin state that was controlled by a female supreme. now that it was passed to Gan Chang, and it was also very harmonious. When the crack in the sky and the earth fell, the 4-inch small saber dancing in Gan Chang An's palm also accurately slashed out a line of saber energy. It intersected with the crack, one horizontal and one vertical. This wisp of saber energy slashed out, like a needle and thread. The crack in the sky, that had fallen down, was mending itself. Compared to destroying it, this kind of recovery was much rarer and more terrifying. The saber was a weapon for killing. Not killing but healing was simply against common sense. However, it was precisely from this violation that great power was born. This was a peerless saber technique passed down from perfected monarch Su Wang, the Karma saber. The saber slashed the gap between heaven and earth. At this moment, Dou Zhao was still halfway there. But in the next breath, the crack that faintly separated space suddenly opened wide. The saber chi that was about to close, the crack in the sky was instantly torn apart. And Dou Zhao, together with his blade, actually slashed out from the crack. Swift and ruthless. The saber shadows blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and the saber shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth merged into one saber. He had severed the thread of karma. He also carried out the punishment on behalf of the heavens, punishing Gan Chang An's body. Such a terrifying and sudden strike. Clang! Gan Chang An pinched the hilt of the saber in his palm with 2 fingers and held it horizontally above his head. At the critical moment, he managed to block the saber. His palm danced to block the Sky Dawn saber. The 4-inch saber blocked the 4-foot saber. The Karma saber faced the 7 forms of combat. The palm dance sank down. It sank by 3 centimeters. Gan Chang An looked up and met Dou Zhao's bright eyes. The lips with light youth's fluffy lips opened slightly. This saber cannot fall. An indescribable power enveloped Dou Zhao, who was descending from the sky. His figure, which was holding the Sky Dawn saber decisively, actually slowly rose. This was a divine ability. Negation. This was a top-notch divine ability that was close to the peak. Within a certain range of ability, things that were not approved would not happen, and the 4-inch long palm dance changed wildly between Gan Chang An's fingers. It was like flowing light. This time, he used his thumb and index finger to hold the hilt of the saber. He pulled out his body and rushed back. It was simple but logical. He stabbed the saber toward Dou Zhao's abdomen. It pierced through the air and shattered the protective starlight that fell from the sky. As soon as the saber was out, it approached Dou Zhao and faced his softness and shortcomings. This peerless saber technique, which was passed down from the perfected Lord Su Wang, was known as a chance encounter, a meeting of life and death. It was not as zen as the name suggested, but an extremely vicious and ruthless saber technique. If fate allows us to meet, I will grant you death. Facing this saber, Dou Zhao's eyes, which were as bright as the sun, suddenly became indifferent. The Sky Dawn saber was raised high. There was no tip, but the extremely sharp and cold aura had once again pierced through the clouds. The sky was still there, but it seemed to have lost something and became a little gloomy and dark. And Dou Zhao pulled down the Sky Dawn saber that was raised high. The blade shone with a faint light. The saber slashed down. The 4th form of the 7 forms of combat, divinity destruction. Once, when he was at Qi Yunshan, Dou Mian also raised this form, but it was immediately suppressed by Qi Yunshan's power. Compared to Dou Zhao's saber, it was only the same posture. There was a complete difference in essence. Dou Zhao's saber slashed down. The light of the divine ability collapsed. The effect of Gan Chang An's negation divine ability was shattered. The blade of the Sky Dawn saber collided with the tip of the palm dance. To be precise, when Dou Zhao's divinity destruction slashed down, Gan Chang An took the initiative to meet it with the tip of the palm dance and ended the trajectory of divinity destruction in advance. There was no sound. This time, the confrontation was silent. The terrifying power collided and annihilated the sound. Even with Jiang Wang's control of the Five Immortals' Dream Command, he could not capture the slightest bit. Dou Zhao's hand holding the saber raised slightly. This time, the Sky Dawn saber moved up by 4 centimeters. Gan Chang and pinched the palm dance with his thumb and index finger. He used the tip of the 4-inch saber to resist the blade of the 4-foot saber. He pushed it up. He put his middle finger on it. Dou Zhao, together with the saber, suddenly moved up by 4 inches. He put his ring finger on it. Dou Zhao moved up by 4 feet. He finally put his little finger on it. This was a very awkward posture. Gan Chang's 5 fingers were pressed together and pinched the hilt of the palm dance. He pushed Dou Zhao back. Dou Zhao moved from top to bottom, while Gan Chang moved from bottom to top. For Dou Zhao, moving up meant retreating. But he had no choice but to move up and retreat. The terrifying power from the tip of the palm dance pushed him back. He could clearly feel that if he did not retreat, the Sky Dawn saber would be pierced and broken. The Karma Saber technique ended Sky Dawn. It was not that Sky Dawn was not as good as the palm dance, but that he, Dou Zhao, could not resist this saber. So in the eyes of all the spectators, Gan Chang used the tip of the 4-inch saber to resist the blade of Dou Zhao's saber and pushed him up continuously. The speed was getting faster and faster until it let out an ear-piercing scream. It was the shrill scream produced when the saber chi that was dispersing in the continuous confrontation cut through the air. Gan Chang looked up at Dou Zhao, holding the hilt of the saber in his hand. He kept circulating his strength and accelerating. He kept controlling the direction of the saber chi. The saber chi faintly gathered in the sky and kept colliding as if it wanted to cut the sky open. The saber of heavenly punishment? Punishment on behalf of heaven? Then I will push you back into the crack of the sky. You punish on behalf of heaven, I will let heaven punish you. P.S. Saber guard, Xian. It can also be used as a saber guard or a saber plate. It can be understood as a part of the saber guard. Chapter 1134. The 2 people who were fighting instantly rushed into the sky. Under the encirclement of the 6 towering stone pillars and the 6 supreme being Dharma idols, they continued to ascend. The people watching the battle also raised their heads and looked at the sky. At this time, it could be seen that in the entire world platform, more than 60% of the people were watching their battle at the same time. This was an extremely dazzling scene. Gan Chang used palm dance to push Dou Zhao into the sky. The speed was so fast that the air was exploding. The saber energy that constantly collided and exploded between the two was guided by the Karma Saber technique and gathered at the dome. It had already cut open a crack in the sky, and Dou Zhao had already gone toward the crack in the sky involuntarily. At such a tense moment, from the distant stars, the 4 starlight sacred towers that belonged to Dou Zhao lit up one after another. Surging power flowed in his body. In his brilliant eyes, there was a sense of destructive, suffocating oppression. Dou Zhao's hand that was holding the saber suddenly moved. The blade of the Tian Shao saber was pushed by a terrifying force, and the tip of the palm dance was suddenly pushed to the side. The tip of the saber missed, but Gan Chang's face revealed an innocent smile. How could the Karma Saber technique be so easily given away? The tip of his saber had clearly been swung away, but he still stabbed upward. Logically speaking, this saber should have missed Dou Zhao, but it hit Dou Zhao's abdomen. Karma Saber technique. Drip, drip. In the sky where the saber light shattered and the sky cracked. A drop of blood fell. Dou Zhao's blood. Accompanied by this drop of blood was a crisp clang. While Dou Zhao's saber was swung away by the palm dance, he turned around in the sky with his saber. When he looked down at Gan Chang again, only the emotions of destruction were left in his eyes. The Tian Shao saber circled around him and slashed down heavily. Wife and children separated, what was it? Homeless, what was it? The difficulties and hardships of the world had no one to rely on. If there was not a natural disaster, there must be a man-made disaster. Dou Zhao's body was shrouded in a shadow, which made his face seem a little illusory. But he and his saber were so real. They existed in the past and would continue to exist in the future. But if someone saw him at this moment, their heart would dim. There was no light in life, and the future was gloomy. There was no hope in this life, and there was no hope in the next. This was a calamity. How could Jiang Wang, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, not see it? Back at the Azure Cloud Pavilion, the Azure Cloud Pavilion sect master Qi Dingfang had risked his life to cast a forbidden Dao technique in order to fight against the human demon. It had triggered the aura of calamity and condensed the dark clouds of calamity. As the current master of the Cloud-Top Immortal Palace, Jiang Wang had naturally considered the possibility of its reappearance. Logically speaking, if the good fortune clear sky corresponded to the calamity dark clouds, then the Cloud-Top Immortal Palace should have a corresponding immortal technique. However, although the Dao art that Qi Dingfang had used was a taboo, it was not an immortal art. From Jiang Wang's perspective, it was not a shu ji either. Although it was called the calamity dark cloud, it was fundamentally different from the good fortune clear cloud. It was similar to the Five Immortals sect's exploration of the audio immortal code. It was probably the exploration and adaptation of the latecomers. Without a doubt, this forbidden Dao technique passed down from the Azure Cloud Pavilion was the result of a technique called Calamity Dark Cloud. It was just that Jiang Wang lacked understanding of the aura of calamity, so it had been difficult to progress. At this moment, when he saw Dou Zhao's blade, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It would be great if he could get Dou Zhao to explain how this blade used the aura of calamity. If he could have a deep understanding of the aura of calamity, he could use this to reverse engineer the Azure Cloud Pavilion's Calamity Dark Cloud technique. In addition to the dreamlike token, it might be possible to recreate the true Calamity Dark Cloud technique. It would be possible to derive the relevant immortal technique corresponding to the one step to clear sky. On the other hand, if he could explore the immortal technique corresponding to the Calamity Dark Cloud, with an additional control of the immortal technique, the dreamlike token would have the opportunity to be pushed to a higher level, allowing it to be suitable for more immortal techniques Shu Jie. Of course, this was a beautiful idea. It could only be an idea. Not to mention that he and Dou Zhao had no relationship at all. Even if they were friends, the Dou clan's secret could not be revealed to an outsider like him. He could only hope that Dou Zhao would use a few more blades to let him see it more clearly in the sky. Dou Zhao curled his body and continued to thrust forward with the palm dance, cutting it open. Gan Chang'an's blade should not have been cut open. He had used the Karma Saber technique to control the palm dance and had already pierced Dou Zhao's abdomen. It was necessary to penetrate his body and soul. However, when the blade of the Tian Shao saber collided with the blade of the palm dance, his essence, qi, spirit, will, and momentum all collapsed for an instant. Dou Zhao's blade was the second style of the 7 fighting styles, called man-made calamity, controlling the aura of calamity to kill the enemy. The evilness of man-made calamity was even worse than natural disasters. Gan Chang'an had caused the calamity himself. From the inside out, he had disintegrated his own blade momentum. Although it was only an instant, he had already suppressed it. The Karma Saber technique repaired itself, reversed it, and reassembled the blade momentum. However, Dou Zhao had already taken the opportunity to slash out the next blade. The sense of destruction in his eyes had disappeared, and they became brilliant and dazzling again. The Tian Shao saber was a heavy saber with a thick back. It was often wide open and could easily split the sky and the earth. This saber strike was actually very light. It was as light as a feather. It was attached to the blade of the palm dance. To be precise, it was Gan Chang'an who used the saber skillfully. Before the Tian Shao saber fell on him, he used the blade of the palm dance to block it. This 4-inch-long saber in Gan Chang'an's hand was like an iron wall. It did not stop the enemy from coming, and it did not cause the wind and rain to fall. However, starting from the arm that held the saber, his skin became dry and then cracked. Cracks spread from his right arm to his entire body. Dou Zhao's saber was the third style of the 7 fighting styles, called physical defeat. The previous saber used the aura of calamity as the source. This saber disintegrated the flesh and blood. The saber was blocked and the momentum was cut down. Yi Qingyu, who was watching the battle from the stands, felt a chill down her spine. She had fought with Dou Mian at Qiyun Mountain. At that time, she also experienced physical defeat. She did feel that it was powerful, but she did not feel that it was terrifying. Until today. She could not help but feel scared when she thought about how her body would decay like this after being cut by this saber. This saber technique was really close to the Tao. Could her cloud seal magical power resist it? Was her puppet army seal enough to cut it down? Yi Qingyu was not the only one who was frightened. But it definitely did not include Gan Chang'an. Although his young body began to decay, and began to decline uncontrollably, he was still energetic. However, he was still in high spirits. With a twist of his palm, the 4-inch knife danced around the blade of the Tian Shao saber. Amidst the exploding sparks, the knife continued to approach Dou Zhao's palm. Finally, it reached Dou Zhao's palm and cut his fingers. But he said, "I am still 19 years old. You can't call me old." The mysterious and unpredictable negation magical power was used again. The cracks on his body healed one by one. It was still the vitality, tightness, and vitality of a young body. It showed off its amazing vitality. Dou Zhao raised his saber high and slashed down heavily. A young man's heart is weak. Old is old. He said that Gan Chang and was careful of old. Although he was 19 years old, he was not young. His eyes were indifferent, and the momentum of the Tian Shao saber was also determined. His voice was like frost, and a faint light flowed on the edge of the saber, directly cutting the light of the magical power. It was another divinity destruction. In the stands, Jiang Wang's mind was shaken. The two moves, divine punishment and man-made calamity, were still within his scope of understanding. But this divinity destruction, how was it possible? If the first time was because the effect of Gan Chang'an's magical power had been exhausted, then this time it was really a direct collision with the magical power. And the result was so shocking. Could this move of Dou Zhao's really be able to cut the light of the magical power every time? Even if it was known as the number 1 killing technique in the modern world, it was still too incredible to be able to do this. He stared at the battlefield, observing the changes in the battle situation. Gan Chang'an opened his 5 fingers, and the saber hilt stood in the middle of his palm like a blooming lotus. Like a small beauty, it stood in the middle of his palm. His 5 fingers were clean, strong, and the color of blood was distinct. There was no sign of decay. Jiang Wang silently breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the divinity destruction could indeed resist the magical power to a certain extent, but it was also very limited. It could not completely eliminate the power of the magical power. However, even so, it really lived up to the name of the number 1 killing technique in the modern world. Gan Chang'an opened his 5 fingers wide and used his palm to move the palm dance. The 4-inch saber spun wildly in his palm. The petite beauty danced wildly in the world of the palm dance. The huge world outside the palm seemed to be dancing with it. It was intoxicating and confusing. Dou Zhao's hand also became gentle, as if he had also fallen into the saber momentum, dancing with the 4-inch saber of his opponent. However, the Tian Shao saber fell lightly, and the blade happened to cut the tip of the saber in the palm dance. It was as gentle as a kiss. It was the 7 fighting styles, skin defeat, which specialized in killing good skin. The palm dance was full of spirituality and could be considered a beauty among the famous sabers. Of course, it had good skin. The tip of the saber collided with the blade. The palm dance stopped in its tracks. Gan Chang'an was not in a hurry. He looked at Dou Zhao with his still innocent eyes. The immaturity and naivety in his eyes were all gone. His wisdom and shrewdness shone in his eyes. He was not really naive, nor was he really childish. At the age of 8, he had the talent to stabilize a region. His wisdom was far beyond ordinary people. At this moment, this scene was something he had planned long ago. Everything was in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the two sabers collided and resisted each other with all their might. Both of them held their sabers and decided their lives. It was the best time to decide life and death. A figure wearing a high hat and a wide belt stepped out from the top of his head. He was high and mighty. It was Gan Chang'an's spirit. Gan Chang'an, who was in his spirit state, floated like an immortal. His temperament was excellent, and he had an unpredictable power. He reached out his hand and grabbed. In Dou Zhao's body, an illusion twisted uneasily and was about to jump out. That was Dou Zhao's spirit. It was being grasped and pulled out. This was the supernatural power, astral travel. Astral travel was like astral travel. In front of the god, everything was like an ant. Naturally, it could also control the opponent's spirit to a certain extent. When one's own astral travel, it was also called the opponent's astral travel. Logically speaking, it was extremely difficult for cultivators before the divine arrival realm to resist this kind of supernatural power. The timing of Gan Chang'an's attack was extremely accurate. It was as if he was aiming to seal the victory and destroy Dou Zhao. However, in the face of such a terrifying supernatural power, Dou Zhao's expression was still bright and clear. His saber momentum changed. He directly used divinity destruction and slashed at the light of the supernatural power. This saber momentum was too early. It was not like before. It was after Gan Chang'an's supernatural power took effect, so it could not shatter the light of the supernatural power. However, he only needed a moment to dissipate and delay. The saber momentum changed again. The spirit illusion that was about to jump out of his body was in sync with his physical body. They raised their sabers and slashed at the same time. His face seemed to have aged a little, and his spirit seemed to have weakened a little. He was weakening before he hurt the enemy. Of course, he was weakening to kill the enemy. This was the 5th move of the 7 fighting styles, called Body and Soul Decay. The Tianshao saber almost bounced out. After the divinity destruction, it immediately collided with Gan Chang'an's spirit. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky and a fish swimming in the shallow water. There was no delay between the two moves. It was as if it should be so smooth and natural. Gan Chang'an showed a startled expression. He did not expect Dou Zhao to have cultivated this move to the level of body and soul decay. The man was scheming against the tiger, and the tiger was scheming against the man. He was waiting for Dou Zhao to use his saber, and Dou Zhao was waiting for him to wander. This was a saber that specialized in cutting the spirit, destroying the body and soul. The divinity destruction cut open the light of the supernatural power. The body and soul decay drove straight in and faced the spirit. Gan Chang'an's soul, who was wearing a tall hat and a wide belt, was immediately split into two. Wander was a terrifyingly powerful supernatural power, but it was still a wander of the spirit. It was cut in half by this saber. Did Gan Chang'an lose? Many people were thinking about this question. The Qin people present were even more unwilling to believe. How could a peerless Tianjiao like Gan Chang'an stop at the top 8? However, they could not deceive themselves. His spirit had been cut in half. How could he fight again? However, Gan Chang'an, who had raised his palm dance, did not think so. He had never thought he would lose. His wander had failed. His spirit had been seriously injured. However, he still raised his saber. His palm dance was still jumping in his palm. He moved his lips and said again, I could achieve Chang'an at the age of 8. At the age of 19, I wanted to bring peace to the world. If he wanted to bring peace to the world, he had to start from the Yellow River meeting. He used the negation supernatural power again. He wanted to negate the failure of the Wander. This was obviously a very difficult thing, even for a terrifying supernatural power like a negation. The harder it was to negate the result, the more he had to pay. Gan Chang'an looked at Dou Zhao. The starlight holy tower that belonged to him flickered violently. The 5 inner palaces in his body rumbled and rotated. He gathered all his power. However, Dou Zhao grinned, revealing his white teeth. It was very bright. Wang Shishu is coaxing a child. You are also lying to yourself. It was a saber with a flip of his hand. This saber went straight to the point. It went straight for Dou Zhao's head. It was as if it had cut open his heart and faced his darkness. It was as if it had cut off his distracting thoughts and seen his life and death. The 6th move of the 7 styles of combat, cut nature to see me. Cut nature to see me, who am I? You are childish, mediocre, and immature. You have an undeserved reputation when you are young. You are stubborn and complacent. You live in praise and don't know your own worth. Ignorant child, how dare you be the champion of the world? Facing such a saber, Gan Chang'an was stunned for a moment. He wouldn't have collapsed so quickly, but his soul had just been seriously injured. He had used the negation supernatural power many times to negate extremely difficult things. And this last time, he hadn't had time to fully exert it. There were too many reasons. He suddenly woke up, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For a peerless Tianjiao like him, it was all an excuse. Dou Zhao's Tianshao saber had already fallen. The saber slashed on Gan Chang'an's head, cutting Gan Chang'an all the way through the protective starlight. Just like before, Gan Chang'an used the palm dance to resist Dou Zhao all the way to the sky. At this time, it was the other way around. Dou Zhan used the Tianshao saber to cut Gan Chang'an all the way down. And it was faster, heavier, and more determined. In less than a breath's time, Gan Chang'an was cut to the ground. The protective starlight collapsed at this moment. The Tianshao saber continued to slash down mercilessly, cutting into half of his head. Dou Zhao negated Gan Chang'an, who had the negation's supernatural power. Chapter 1135. The winner is Dou Mian of Chu. Yu Qian's voice sounded as the heavenly sword struck down. The warm light covered Gan Chang'an's body. It protected his soul and nourished his life force. At this moment, Dou Zhao was still holding onto the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword was still embedded in Gan Chang'an's head. Blood flowed like a waterfall. The red and white had blurred Gan Chang'an's face. However, the sword could not move forward. Instead, it was being pulled out bit by bit. It was not that Yu Qian could not force the sword out more easily. On one hand, he had to protect Gan Chang'an's life and prevent his injuries from worsening. On the other hand, he had to protect Dou Zhao and prevent him from hurting Dou Zhao. This was the fairness that the host of the Yellow River meeting should have. Feeling the determination and irresistible power, Dou Zhao was sure that he could not split Gan Chang'an in half. Hence, he pulled out the heavenly sword and shook it gently. The red and white substance on the blade came out of the blade. Although he could not kill his opponent, he had won. To the people of Chu, fighting with the people of Qin was probably more important than fighting for the championship. At this time, the peerless genius Gan Chang'an, whose name was known throughout the Qin kingdom, was already in a daze. His head had been split in half. Under Yu Qian's protection, he did not die. Dou Zhao stood on the martial arts stage and held the heavenly sword in one hand. He looked at the people of Chu and opened his hands wide. He did not say a word. He did not need to say anything. On the stage, the people of Chu, who were dressed in different colors, sang the Chu sacrificial song. Damn, Wu Gashi is covered by the rhinoceros armor. The carriage is wrong, Wu Gashi is covered by the short soldiers. The enemy is like the clouds. The arrows fall, Wu Gashi fights. From Yilan to Xiangbei, to all the people of Chu who came to watch the ceremony. Some of them cried, some of them had hoarse voices. Some of them were red in the face and some of them clenched their fists. They sang in unison. When the time is right, the spirit is angry. Kill and abandon the wilderness. The battle in the valley was too tragic. Millions of people of Chu lost their families. Children lost their fathers. Wives lost their husbands. The elderly lost their children. They wanted revenge. They wanted revenge. The people of Chu sang together, singing a heart-wrenching sacrificial song. Cheng is both brave and skilled in martial arts. In the end, he is strong and cannot be surpassed. My body is dead, my spirit is dead, and my soul is a mighty ghost. Dou Zhao suddenly sheathed his blade. The Chu people on the viewing platform were also silent. He murmured softly, "My body is dead, my spirit is still alive, and my soul is still a mighty ghost." This peerless genius, who had suppressed Gan Chang and of the state of Qi, had unknowingly started tearing up in his brilliant eyes. Who could forget the national humiliation, adding to the enmity of his family? His uncle's soul was also mourning in the valley. Could he rest in peace now? This was only the beginning. This was only the beginning. The Qin people gritted their teeth, and the Chu people were excited. But the joys and sorrows were not connected. For the rest of the people present, the battle itself was even more important. Everyone in the world knew that the 7 fighting styles were unparalleled. However, there were very few people who had truly witnessed this modern world's #1 killing technique. They knew that it was strong, but they did not know that it could be this strong. In this battle, Dou Zhao had used a total of 6 fighting killing techniques. Among them, heavenly punishment had the power of the heavens, human calamity attracted the aura of calamity, skin decay disintegrated the flesh, divinity annihilation decayed the light of the divine ability, body and soul decay suppressed the spirit, and seeing self through cutting nature targeted the heart. It could be said that each of the moves had unpredictable power. It was indeed the strongest killing technique Jiang Wang had seen in his life. Gan Chang'an's Karma Blade was also a peerless blade technique passed down from a perfected lord. However, it paled in comparison to the 7 fighting styles. What Jiang Wang was more concerned about was that even someone as strong as Dou Zhao and as fierce as the 7 fighting styles could not kill Gan Chang, and in front of perfected Lord Yu Qian. It was enough to show how difficult it was to kill Gan Chang, and when Yu Qian was prepared. Therefore, he could not let Yu Qian know of his killing intent. In a situation where he did not attract the perfected lord's attention, he, who had controlled 8 battles at the same time, might have been careless. When the time came, his spirit would be shattered by a gust of wind. Would Yu Qian pay such a huge price for Lin Jingren? Jiang Wang pondered silently and shifted his gaze as if nothing had happened. Dou Zhao and Gan Chang'an's battle had ended, but the other battles were still ongoing. Jiang Wang looked around and discovered that there was another battle that had ended earlier than Dou Zhao's battle. It was a man with long hair tied up in a bun, eyebrows like autumn blades, and bright eyes. He had a sword at his waist and wore a simple martial attire. His figure was tall and straight as he stood in the middle of Stage C, quietly watching the battle on the left side of Stage C. There was only a pool of blood not far in front of him. His opponent had probably been carried away for treatment. Jiang Wang already knew that this was the Wei Nation's wanderer Yan Xiaofei. The opponent that he had defeated early on was Yu Nation's Gu Feng. It was said that this Yan Xiaofei came from a humble background. He had neither a master nor resources and had relied on himself to grow up step by step. He was extremely famous in the Wei Nation and had many fans. He was a heroic figure. being able to come all the way here and defeat Gofeng, who came from a famous family in Unation, and secure his place in the top 4 of the Yellow River Gathering, he was definitely outstanding. However, in the eyes of many, it was also due to luck. After all, not everyone could be so lucky as to not encounter the overlord nation, Tianjiao. If Tianjiao had not given up on the competition, he would have been selected in the top 16. Jiang Wang did not have time to observe him. He followed Yan Xiaofei's gaze and looked at the battle on his left. It was the battle between Yonggenzuan and Tianjiao's Naliang. On the field, Yonggenzuan's sun wheel hung high in the sky and shone brightly. His white robe fluttered in the wind. Under the effect of Chongshuan's secret technique, it was extremely eye-catching. Most of the gazes on the spectators' stand were also focused on him. On the other hand, the skinny Naliang wore a pair of sharp iron claws on his hands. He bent his body slightly and attacked continuously. On the field, he was actually suppressing Yonggenzuan. His movements were not beautiful at all. He would bend his legs and then jump up into the air. It was so simple that it was a little funny. However, no one could laugh when they saw the speed at which he jumped up. Almost as soon as his feet left the ground, his iron claws had already landed in front of Yonggenzuan. His claw technique was also not beautiful. It was like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. There was only the most primitive fierceness and no beauty. However, under the illumination of the sun wheel, he came and went like lightning. His iron claws swept the sun wheel away again and again. With Chongshuan's divine ability and Chongshuan's secret technique, Yonggenzuan could explore his surroundings thousands of times in an instant. Yonggenzuan could move freely under the combined attacks of Bao Buozhao, Chao Yu, and Xie Baoshu. It was actually difficult to avoid. P.S. 1. F***ck Wu Gu. She was attacked by the rhinoceros armor. The carriage was hit by the enemy's troops, too. I hope that every battle at the Yellow River Conference will be exciting and worthy of the title Tianjiao Conference of the Nations. The design of every battle, the conception of every divine ability, every move, every character creation of Tianjiao, I've already done my best to do so much. I'll leave tomorrow's update to fate. Chapter 1136. Naliang, who was in the cavalry of the king's tent, was also the legendary Tianjiao on the grassland. Emperor Mu had once affectionately called him Wolf Child. On the grassland, wolves, eagles, and horses were all divine. One could imagine the weight of the title Wolf Child. Of course, the closeness of Emperor Mu, which was reflected in this title, was something that people cared about more. The battle between Naliang and Qi Yonggenzuan had been going on for a while. From the looks of it, Naliang had the upper hand and was almost chasing after Yonggenzuan. However, both sides of the battle knew very well that this was just a warm-up. They attacked each other back and forth. Speaking of which, it was just... they had completed the test. Naliang, who was sprinting at high speed, suddenly turned his head and looked at Yonggenzuan, who was controlling the gravitational and repulsive forces. He stepped in the air and actually made a muffled sound like he was stepping on the ground. His body moved as his right hand, which was wearing a black iron claw, tore down fiercely. This claw was different from before. At this moment, spots of light lit up on the pitch-black iron claw one after another, like stars shining in the night sky. They vaguely formed a pattern of a wolf's head. The 4 starlight sacred towers that stood in the distant starry sky resonated with this wolf's head pattern. Strands of star power wrapped around the iron claw. Therefore, the claw suddenly accelerated. Almost as soon as the starlight lit up and the wolf's head pattern appeared, the tip of the claw had already brushed past the tip of Yonggenzuan's nose. The reason why it only brushed past the tip of the nose was that Yonggenzuan had sensed the danger in time and used the repulsive force to push himself back a few inches. However, Naliang turned around and clawed at his face again. Yonggenzuan drew gravity and dodged again. Na Liang, who had drawn the power of the star towers, increased his speed and killing power. However, what was truly terrifying was that when he stepped into the void, there were explosive sounds one after another. This was the supernatural power, Imperial Qi. The omnipresent and indispensable Qi to be used by him. Relying on his control of Qi, Na Liang kept jumping in the air and changing his position at will. He attacked Yung Genzuan again and again from all kinds of incredible angles. For a moment, cold light shrouded the training field. The battle instantly reached its climax. As long as a transcendent cultivator pushed open the heaven and earth gate, they would be able to fly with their physical body. However, turning back and forth in the air relied on one's own power. This was the physical strength that came from his qi and blood. It was also driven by the Tao essence energy in the Heavenly Connection Palace. For many cultivators, as long as they trained hard for a long time, they would have the opportunity to fight up and down in the air. It was just like how even ordinary people without transcendence would be able to run freely on flat ground after reaching adulthood. However, even for the transcendent cultivators, if they wanted to be as free as Na Liang and move in the air at a terrifying speed against their instincts, it was almost impossible without special methods. Most of the outer building realm cultivators were unable to exert such a strong force just by relying on their own primordial Tao energy. Even their bodies could not withstand such an intense tearing from the inside out. What was interesting was that Na Liang's current opponent was a prodigy with a special technique. Using Chongshuan's supernatural powers and Chongshuan's secret techniques, he probed and changed thousands of times in an instant. Yung Genzuan was able to make all kinds of exquisite reactions under the storm-like attacks. The heavenly wolf of stellar fate's claws streaked across the air with cold light. Na Liang bent his body slightly and made muffled sounds with his feet. He was like a lone wolf hunting in the wilderness. As for the white-robed Yung Genzuan, he controlled Chongshuan's power and danced. There was also a dazzling sun that revolved around his body, clashing with the heavenly wolf of stellar fate's claws from time to time. The two figures fought rapidly in the air. They moved left and right, up and down. It was a dazzling sight. This kind of peak battle of speed was intoxicating. Huang Sheli, who was watching from the spectator stands, could not help but exclaim, "So handsome, so beautiful." Xiaolai, the governor of Shaoqi, who was sitting beside her, silently glanced at her. The meaning in his eyes could not be more obvious. "What are you looking at? Who are you cheering for? Which country are you from?" Huang Sheli reacted and hurriedly looked at Zhongshan Wei's son and Fan Wushu. It was as if she was just occasionally distracted. She even pretended to ponder and said, "Oh, Brother Wei's son's move is really beautiful." When Xiaolai retracted his gaze, she hurriedly shifted her gaze back to the battle between Qi and Mu in Tianjiao. "What's so good about that guy who pretends to be elegant every day?" From Ji Zhaonan to Yung Genzuan indeed, handsome men should wear mourning clothes. His fluttering white clothes are really pleasing to the eye. Qi in Tianjiao is really good. In order to admire Yung Genzuan, she did not even watch the battle between Dou Zhao and Gan Chang'an. How can a mere Zhongshan Wei's son move my heart? Xiaolai could not do anything to her. As long as this girl did not blatantly cheer for Tianjiao of another country, he would pretend that he did not see it. In the time that Huang Sheli shifted her gaze, the battle situation on the field had changed again. The shuttling cold light and the light of the solar chakra filled the sky. Na Liang stepped into the air in the midst of his rapid attack. He turned upside down and suddenly clawed at Yung Genzuan's face. Yung Genzuan raised his hand in an extremely carefree manner and spread out his 5 fingers in front of him. The solar chakra suddenly stuck to his palm and collided with the iron claw. Clang! An intense metallic sound rang out. Na Liang directly used his knee to strike. The air in front of his knee instantly condensed into a semi-transparent cone that was hard to see with the naked eye. Using the air as the cone, it struck the knee for the kill. At this moment, Yonggenzuan's entire body was pulled up by a powerful suction force from his head down. His face and the hand he used to block were still in place. The solar chakra was still blocking Naoyang's celestial wolf claw. But the part below his neck floated up against common sense. His entire body formed a slanted angle. It was as if there was an invisible big hand that lifted him up by his leg. He just happened to avoid Naoyang's knee strike that was mixed with the air-controlling magic. And the suction force was still continuing. Yonggenzuan used the power of Chongxian to control his body and directly completed a flip. He stretched out his hand and supported himself on the solar chakra. His entire body rose into the air. Starlight surrounded his body. With the support of the power of Chongxian, he broke through the air and stepped down on the solar chakra. It made a terrifying sound. But before that, when Naoyang's knee strike missed, his calf had already popped out and stepped on the solid air. In the dull sound of footsteps, his entire body retreated rapidly. When Yonggenzuan stepped on the solar chakra and fell, he had already withdrawn his claw and escaped. The solar chakra fell into the sky. This wonderful transition between attack and defense did not happen in an instant. It happened all the time. The only difference was that this time, Naoyang's retreat did not become the stacking force for the next attack. Instead, he really stepped away and pulled away from Yonggenzuan. Perhaps he had already realized that this level of attack was not enough to defeat his opponent. At this moment, he, who was flying backward, and Yonggenzuan, who was falling lightly, met eyes again. His eyes were like a wolf's. They emitted a pale green light which was frightening. Jiang Wang had seen green eyes before and had a deep impression of them. But Yin Guan's green eyes were completely different from Naoyang's green eyes. Yin Guan's green eyes were demonic and evil, mixed with almost all the malice. Naoyang's green eyes only had extreme cruelty. In the legends of the Tsang-Tu God, wolves represented two kinds of power. One of them was the power of God's punishment, which was the power of cruelty. In the teachings of the Tsang-Tu Temple, there was also the tradition of whipping sinners and letting hungry wolves devour them. At this moment, Yin Guan's eyes emitted a pale green light. Two pairs of fangs flipped out of his upper and lower lips. His pale white fangs flowed with a lustrous light. Only his figure was still so thin and small. He was slightly hunched, like a thin wolf hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. The thinner the wolf, the fiercer it was, because it was hungry. Just as Naoyang looked at Yonggenzuan, his fangs flipped out. The dazzling sun that revolved around Yonggenzuan was suddenly extinguished. On the martial arts stage that belonged to the two of them, night fell. This was Naoyang's second divine ability, eternal night. The night and the scorching sun could not coexist. Without a doubt, Yonggenzuan's sun was quickly suppressed by Naoyang's eternal night. This divine ability was similar to a lightless divine ability, but it was different from a lightless divine ability. Bao Buzhao's lightless divine ability was to annihilate all light, which was the opposite of Jiang Limeng's irradiance. Who would have the upper hand would depend on who the divine ability's owner was. The effect of eternal night was like its name, which was to create a long night. At first glance, this divine ability seemed to be very weak. All cultivators had the ability to fight at night. For transcendent cultivators, the night did not have any substantial negative effect. Thus, the long night seemed to exist in name only. But the night itself had true power. But not all cultivators could discover it. For example, Fu Yanqing of Dingwei Floating Island in the Bewildering World. If he used his shadow projection at night, how could the word terrifying describe it? This was only one of the many powers of the night. What was the night? It was the time when humans slept. Most ordinary humans worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Even transcendent cultivators spent most of their nights cultivating, meditating, and meditating. When everything was silent, their minds wandered. The night was more suitable for cultivation. And this meant a quiet moment for humans. It was also another life form, the moment of recovery. In the dark night, pairs of green eyes appeared one after another. They were wolf eyes. One wolf after another, or rather, wolf ghosts appeared on the martial arts stage. The ancient restriction made the martial arts stage so spacious. But there were so many of those wolf ghosts. They were densely packed and increasing. Those pairs of eyes were like the stars in the sky. They almost filled the martial arts stage, surrounding Yongenzuen in the middle. When the divine path was flourishing, it was also when the ghost path was at its peak. As the saying went, gods and ghosts are inseparable. The Mu Nation was the only powerful country in the world that mainly cultivated the divine path. When it came to raising ghosts and enslaving ghosts, the cultivators of the Mu Nation were the experts. Of course, the Tsangtu Temple on Cheong Hut Mountain mainly cultivated the divine path. Raising ghosts and enslaving ghosts was another sect that did not belong to the mainstream. The densely packed wolf ghosts approached Yongenzuen under the protection of the night. There were already spectators outside the arena who cried out in surprise. The destruction of beauty was always unbearable. But it was precisely on Qi's side that not many people were moved. There was no need to mention Jiang Wang and Ji Zhaonan. Wang Yiwu, who had been watching the battle from the beginning to the end, was expressionless. He knew too well how powerful Yongenzuen was. What was this? On the martial arts stage there was a group of wolf ghosts, and that figure, whose clothes were whiter than snow, was still standing in midair, stepping on the extinguished sun wheel. His handsome face was still shining in the dark night. At this moment, his left hand was raised high. From the endless distance there was a beam of light. A beam of moonlight fell and spread out in midair. One beam spread out into thousands of beams. Every wolf ghost corresponded to a beam of moonlight. On this martial arts stage, it was as if a grand performance was being held. Thousands of beams of moonlight rippled under the night sky. How beautiful was the scene! The night was like a dream. The moonlight was like a forest. And every wolf ghost that was illuminated by the moonlight was rooted to the ground, unable to move. This was Yonggenzuen's divine ability that had never appeared in front of anyone. It was called full moon. The effect of this divine ability was known as the moonlight is like a prison, no place to hide, no place to escape. Wasn't the full moon and eternal night a perfect match? The wolf ghosts struggled under Naoyang's control, but none of them could escape the restraint of the full moon. Even Naoyang himself was frozen in the moonlight. Yongenzuen floated down. His snow-white clothes made him look even more handsome. He walked through the forest of moonlight like an immortal. How could such a person be seen in the mortal world? He floated in front of Naoyang and raised his right hand. The extinguished sun wheel fell into his hand again. Then, he smashed it down. Just like how he smashed Taiyin. This time, it was still aimed at Naoyang's head. Clang! After all, Naoyang was not Taiyin. Under the restraint of the full moon, he still moved his hand. The wolf head pattern on the starry sky wolf's claw shone with starlight. Using the power of the square Saint Tower, his hands broke free from the restraint. He waved the starry sky wolf's claw and blocked Yonggenzuen's attack. Sparks flew. Zhong Xianzun still had a faintly discernible smile on his face, which made him not look cold. However, he didn't care about the wolf ghosts that were frozen by the full moon. He didn't do anything else. He just raised the full moon and smashed it down again. Being trapped in a beam of moonlight, Naoyang couldn't use his ghostly movement technique. He couldn't dodge and could only block. The starry sky wolf's claw crossed above his head. The muscles on his arms bulged as he used the most primitive power to block the full moon again. Clang! This sound was especially loud because Yongenzuen was also on the full moon and had Chongshuan's power. This was a collision of power. Naoyang obviously didn't want to take the hit. While blocking, he also activated his chi controlling technique. The air turned into a cone and stabbed out. Yonggenzuan suddenly moved to the left and avoided the stab. Without hesitation, the full moon smashed down again. The moonlight on the field was like a forest, holding in place the densely packed ghost wolves. In the middle, Yonggenzuan was circling around Naoyang. While dodging Naoyang's attack, he kept smashing his full moon on his head. Naoyang was within the range of the full moon. While blocking the full moon with the starry sky wolf's claw, he controlled the chi to attack Yonggenzuan wildly. In the mysterious night, under the bright moonlight, a white shadow was circling around a beam of moonlight. For a moment, they could only hear clang, 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 clang. There seemed to be endless crashing sounds. Until, clang, a starry sky wolf's claw flew out and fell to the ground. The sharp starry sky wolf's claw collided with the ground of the martial arts practice field, which was covered with ancient restrictions. Was Naoyang finally unable to block the full moon's attack, which was supported by Chongshuan's divine skill? This thought appeared in many people's minds. But facing the full moon that smashed down again, Naoyang smiled. He smiled in an extremely cruel and naive way. Then, he made a surprising move. Not only did he not panic, he did not dodge, and he did not think about how to make up for it. Instead, he threw away the other starry sky wolf's claw with his left hand. It seemed that he had given up resisting. Is he waiting for death? Some people in the stands asked. However, Naoyang, who was bound in the moonlight, Naoyang's hands were empty. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the solar chakram. He and Yonggenzuan each grabbed one side of the full moon. Separated by the beam of moonlight that imprisoned him, his green eyes met with the black and translucent eyes. Naoyang found that the eyes of the man in white in front of him were like black chess pieces. They were the kind of chess pieces in Go that he did not understand. Once it landed, he could not regret it. Naoyang grinned. Do you know why this pair of starry sky wolf's claws exist? Yonggenzuan was also smiling. Chongshuan's power was constantly supporting him. He grabbed the full moon and kept pressing it down. He chuckled as if he was coaxing a child. Why? This frivolous smile made Naoyang lose interest in saying a few words. Humans were inferior to wolves. Most humans were inferior to wolves. Hypocritical, polite, hypocritical. Love and hate, they were both hidden and hidden. Silver-white hair quickly grew on his arms. His fangs lengthened again, and they were cold and eerie. His body quickly swelled. He lay on the ground and roared at the sky. He completely turned into a giant silver-white wolf that was 20 feet tall. His eerie green eyes stared at Yonggenzuan. He flipped his right claw and pressed the full moon to the ground. The beam of moonlight that imprisoned him had disappeared. Or rather, it was flowing on his silver-white hair. Majestic. Almost all the people of Mu in the stands had their hands folded in front of them. Their left and right hands were clasped together, and their thumbs were separated. They had reverence on their faces as they said, Hunaba. In the language of God, Hunaba was Lang Tuesday. He was the guardian wolf god of Tsang-Tu God. And in the grassland covered by God's grace, only those who were truly recognized by Tsang-Tu God could awaken this body. This was the divine ability, a Lang Tu. Its birth required the destruction of the characteristics of a divine ability seed, and then the blessing of God. It was a divine ability that was born above the divine ability. After going through so many twists and turns, its power was naturally far from what ordinary divine abilities could compare to. It also had a sacred meaning. Those who had Lang Tu had a high status on the grassland. The pair of starry sky wolf's claws that were scattered around his wolf feet were not to make Naoyang stronger, but to suppress him, to make him less powerful. Lang Tu's power was constantly conflicting with itself. The starry sky wolf's claws existed to imprison his murderous nature. The current Nalyang was in his true peak state. The silver-white giant wolf looked down at Yongenzuen. Its pale green eyes were emotionless. It raised its claws. It was so casual, but it was terrifyingly fast. Almost as soon as it raised its claws, it had already landed in front of Yongenzuen. His strength and speed had leaped to an unprecedented level. The liberated Lang Tu was known as the body close to God. Its every movement was filled with divine power. Yongenzuen wanted to retreat, but it was obvious that he was one step too slow. His calm expression finally revealed a look of surprise. And then, a claw landed on his head. In the stands outside the field, Wang Yiwu subconsciously clenched his fist. Even if he was arrogant, he had to admit that Nalyang in the state of God Wolf was terrifyingly strong. In the round of confrontation just now, it was not that Chongshuan's supernatural power was not enough to let Yongenzuen escape from the attack. It was that Nalyang's claw had cut off the non-stop gravitational and repulsive forces around Yongenzuen's body thousands of times. Yongenzuen was caught off guard and was pounced on by Nalyang's claws. Nalyang obviously had a strong sense of revenge. The landing point of this claw was very targeted. If you hit my head, I'll hit your head too. The silver-white wolf's claws fell. Patter. There seemed to be such a crisp sound. It was as if there was no sound at all. Above Yongenzuen's head, a bright, gem-like object shattered. The man in white floated up, jumped back a few times, and stepped on the head of a ghost wolf that was bound by moonlight. His expression was serious. Just now, his life-saving supernatural power was triggered. This meant that Nalyang could have killed him just now. And it was not the kind of supernatural power that he used to buy time when fighting Bao Buozhao and the others. It was really forced to an extremely dangerous situation and had no choice but to activate it. Chongshuan's power was suddenly cut off, and he was caught off guard. This was the main reason for this. As strong as Yongenzuen was, he would not hide his mistakes, but he would not lose confidence in himself. The silver-white wolf that Nalyang had transformed into looked down at the ants in front of him. After releasing Lang Tu's supernatural power, he immediately broke the restraints of the moonlight's supernatural power. With a raise of his claws, he cut off Yongenzuen's Chongxian's secret technique and used his life-saving supernatural power. With a body close to a god, he naturally looked down on all living beings. A very useful supernatural power, the silver-white wolf said. He ruthlessly stepped on the already dim sun wheel, stomping it until it completely dimmed. Then, he leaped up and jumped in a beautiful arc in the air. He asked cruelly, "How many more times can you use it?" Yongenzuen, who was stepping on the wolf's head, glanced at his own sun wheel with an indifferent expression. He stretched out his 5 fingers and clenched them. A ball of bright light suddenly appeared and was extinguished. He actually stopped using his life-saving supernatural power. From now on, I won't use it even once. Yongenzuen raised his head and stared at the silver-white wolf. He said indifferently, "Then you can ask yourself. Your wolf body." Inside his body, 5 balls of bright light suddenly shone. The light seeped through his white clothes, clearly reflecting the contours of his muscles that were like the undulating mountain ranges. In the distant sky, a star tower was erected. 5 prefectures illuminated at the same time, and starlight surrounded his body. At this moment, Yongenzuen was like a god and a demon. He stomped the wolf into black smoke and leaped up. This was an extremely terrifying speed, and he directly chased after Nalyang, who had revealed his body close to a god. In midair, Yongenzuen directly faced the silver-white wolf that was 6 meters tall. He stretched out his hands and accurately grabbed the wolf's 2 front claws, just like before in the moonlight cage when Nalyang grabbed his sun wheel. Nalyang would hold a grudge, and so would he. Yongenzuen looked at the wolf's pale green eyes and continued his sentence. "How long can you last?" Before the inner mansion, The Tongtian Palace provided all the power for transcendent cultivators. After opening the inner mansion, each inner mansion would become a new source of power. However, the power of the 5 inner mansions was actually separate. They could be stacked one by one, but they couldn't exist as a whole. Because the supernatural powers were different, the inner mansions were also different. There was only one exception. That was a heavenly mansion cultivator with 5 inner mansions. The reason why it was called Heavenly Mansion. The reason why it was called Heaven and Earth's number 1 mansion. There was a very important reason why it was so powerful, and that was because the power of the 5 inner mansions of a heavenly mansion cultivator could be completely combined into one. How could this power be described? No matter how the 5 fingers attacked individually, the power was limited. When they clenched into fists, they could easily knock down the opponent. Yongenzuen, who was tall and straight, looked so small in front of the 6-meter-tall silver-white wolf. But he grabbed the wolf's front claws. The 5 inner mansions exerted their power at the same time. Chongshuan's supernatural powers, which had been developed to an extremely high level, supported his power. The light of the 5 inner mansions and the light of the sacred star vault shone at the same time. His muscles bulged, and he turned his body to the side and flung his hand. Boom! The 6-meter-tall silver-white wolf was directly thrown away. A simple shoulder throw. But who could say that it was ordinary after smashing down the body of a god? Naoyang's ferocity was also stimulated. He rolled on the ground and was about to get up. But Yongenzuen, who was surrounded by a brilliant light, had already fallen at a terrifying speed. He directly knelt on the wolf's neck and punched the huge wolf's head. This was an absolute suppression in terms of strength. Even though Naoyang transformed into a divine wolf and had the power of a god and the support of a huge wolf's body, he was still unable to resist in terms of power. He resisted the power of the moon, destroyed the power of the sun, and cut Chongshuan's power. He displayed great power in the collision of supernatural powers, but he was firmly suppressed by the purest power. His divine power shone, but it was extinguished by an even more brilliant light. He twisted his neck, wanting to bite and kill, but the terrifying power from his neck made him unable to move. Yongenzuen grabbed his wolf's ear with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. His fist was dazzling with divine light, and it heavily smashed down on Naoyang's head. Naoyang felt that the power of a god that enveloped him was actually disappearing. What kind of power was this? Bam! 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 Yongenzuen didn't care what Naoyang was thinking. He just held him down tightly, and like a mortal fighting with a beast, he simply and violently swung his fist. Outside the arena, Jiang Wang had a strange expression. He saw a familiar feeling in Yonggenzuen's fist. Tai Yin's reverse 4 divisions mixed yuan force? No. It was the light of the 5 prefectures' illumination. It was the power of 5 supernatural powers entangled together. However, although it wasn't the real reverse 4 divisions mixed yuan force, there were traces of it. He must have gotten the inspiration from Tai Yin. He smashed Tai Yin with his fist, which contained the light of 5 supernatural powers. He wondered what the people of Xia were feeling now. Bam! 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 Yongenzuen didn't care what the spectators outside the arena felt at all. He had merely knocked down his opponent once again and consolidated his victory once more. The silver-white divine wolf was pressed down by Yongenzuen, who looked much smaller than him. The moonlight was like a forest, and his clothes were as white as snow. Yongenzuen knelt on the wolf's neck, grabbed its ear with one hand, and swung his fist with the other. The 5 bright light sources in his body were so dazzling. Every line of muscle that was exposed was an interpretation of an extremely violent beauty. And his fist was so heavy. Every time the wolf's head was smashed down, not only could one hear the bones of the divine body crack, but one could also hear the ancient restrictions on the arena tremble. Heaven's palace, heaven's palace. It was only heard of in legends and rarely seen in front of people. But today, Yonggenzuan showed the true power of a Heaven's Palace cultivator. Chapter 1137. When Yu Qie's voice rang out, Naoyang had already been beaten back. His body that was close to a god had been destroyed. Only a thin and small ball was left on the ground. It was painful but powerless. This feeling. It was as if he was lying alone on the grassland, waiting for himself to rot. It was too tiring. Naoyang thought about it vaguely. Why was he abandoned on the grassland in the beginning? No one knew. When he was still a baby, he already had the ability to think vaguely. This kind of innate wisdom was evil in the teachings of the Tsang-Tu temple. Because it was against the world, it should be burned in fire. That was why he had never revealed it. Although this innate wisdom did not bring him any useful memories, it was just that he started thinking earlier than others. There were plenty of fools in their 80s and 90s. His wisdom was not much stronger than most people. It was just that he remembered, vaguely, when he was still a baby, the feeling of hunger, powerlessness, and waiting for death. Just like now. It was just that there was no female wolf, no mother, who licked him warmly. That was it. I worked very hard to survive. With his head and face covered in blood, the green light in Naoyang's eyes dissipated. In his last blurry consciousness, he felt warmth. Winner! Yonggenzuan Qi! Yu Qie announced. Yonggenzuan loosened his fist and slowly stood up. The bright light in his body dimmed. The forest-like moonlight on the field disappeared. The densely packed wolves also disappeared into the night. Then, with the night subsided, Yonggenzuan turned and walked towards his dimmed sun wheel. His left hand was covered in a layer of moonlight, as if he was holding a piece of white cloth. He slowly wiped away the blood on his right fist. When the moonlight faded, his fist became clean and white again. He opened his 5 fingers, forming a beautiful and powerful arc. He reached forward and grabbed the sun wheel. The light of the 5 divine abilities revolved around the sun wheel, restoring its light. Everyone looked at him, either admiring or amazed. It turned out that the strength of Tianfu abode did not lie in the 5 divine abilities of the 5 residences. Tianfu abode itself was a kind of strength. It was only when Yu Qie's announcement rang out again that many people suddenly realized that there were other battles going on the battlefield. The winner is Zhongshan Wei, son of the Jing Kingdom. As expected, Zhongshan Wei's son, who represented the Jing Kingdom, defeated Fan Wushu. The legendary Tianjiao, born in a small country, did not go far in the end. However, being in the top 8 of the Yellow River Gathering was a result that had never been seen since the founding of the country of Li. This result meant that they were qualified to enter the door of 10,000 demons. As for whether they would develop it themselves or exchange it with other countries, that was their own business. At the very least, they had a choice. Most of the time, people were not afraid of difficulties. What made people afraid was the lack of hope. Being able to have a choice was something that many countries dreamed of. After the battle ended, Zhongshan Wei's son stood on the martial arts stage and looked around calmly, preparing to welcome the passionate gazes from all directions. Based on the battle just now, he felt that he had performed very well. Fan Wushu was definitely not a mediocre person. He had many tricks up his sleeve, his will was firm, and his fighting talent was extremely high. He had fought steadily, consolidating his advantage step by step and locking in the victory with a grand formation. Although the scene did not look very grand, it was because he had seen through the flaws in advance that caused Fan Wushu to return empty-handed many times. It was a simple and unadorned technique. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting have no illustrious achievements. Thinking about it, Tianjiao had gathered so many people at the Yellow River Gathering. There were still many people with foresight. Of course, they could see his excellence. However, when he looked around casually, He realized that no one was looking at him. Only the Mu Kingdom's spectators cheered, but it was also sparse and did not have any momentum. Why did they not eat? He was just thinking. Yu Qia's urging came to his ears. Tianjiao of the Mu Kingdom, please step down and prepare for the next round of the competition. When he looked around, he saw that the other winners were already standing below the stage. Some were adjusting their breathing, some were resting, and some were recovering. Only he was in a daze. He was also the slowest to finish. Zhongshan Weisun had a smile on his face. He even straightened his clothes before flying down the stage. No matter whether or not anyone was watching, no matter how others looked at him, the elegance of the Zhongshan family could not be lost. Almost as soon as his front foot flew off, the 4 martial arts arenas began to rumble and move, as if they were driving him away. After all, the 6 supreme martial artists had all descended on the viewing river platform with their Dharma Laksana. Indeed, no one had the patience to wait for him to show off his elegance. Zhongshan Weisun landed without any awkwardness. He turned his head and looked at the 4 martial arts arenas in front of him, gradually merging into one. There was only one martial arts arena left in the entire world stage. There were still 2 more battles on this martial arts arena. The top 4 would be divided into 2 groups. 2 winners would be decided one after another, and then they would compete on this stage. As for who was 3rd and who was 4th, it was not important. In the history of the Yellow River Gathering, no one wanted to watch the losers compete. According to the order of the Yellow River Gathering's top 4, they were Chu Nation's Dou Zhao, Wei Nation's Yan Xiaofei, Qi Nation's Yung Genzuan, and Jing Nation's Zhongshan Weisun. These 4 people were the most talented of all the heaven's prides from the outer tower of all the countries in the world. There was no need to say that Gan Chang was unlucky enough to meet Dou Zhao in advance, and Na Liang met Yung Genzuan. Otherwise, they could have done whatever they wanted. Excuses were excuses to the weak, but to the Tianjiao nation, it was humiliation. Gan Chang and Na Liang's final result was to stop in the top 8. Regret and pain were all so. Yu Qian pointed his finger. The picturesque light screen once again unfolded above the martial arts arena. Even the number 1 beauty of the Chu nation, Yilan was watching the light screen attentively, anticipating the results. The names of the 4 Tianjiao nations' top 4 rotated on the light screen. Then it stopped. Jing nation's Zhongshan Weisun versus Wei nation's Yan Xiaofei. Chu nation's Dou Zhao versus Qi nation's Yung Genzuan. Sigh. Yilan sighed softly. That slight frown was enough to break the hearts of many people. To the majority of the spectators, this was undoubtedly a regrettable pairing. In the previous rounds of the competition, Chu nation's Dou Zhao and Qi nation's Yung Genzuan were undoubtedly the 2 most outstanding Tianjiao nation's top performers. It could even be said that their performances were unique. It was ideal for them to meet at the peak and compete. Now that the 2 favorites to win the championship were facing each other in advance, it was inevitable that people would feel regretful. But the rules of the competition were as such, and no one could change them. On the contrary, the people of the Jing nation were undoubtedly relieved. Zhongshan Weisun was simply the son of destiny. Along the way, every step was the best luck. In the first round, he fought against Tianjiao nation of the 5 Northwest Alliance. In the second round, he fought against Tianjiao nation's Fan Wushu, the only small nation in the top 8. In the third round, he avoided the 2 most dazzling Tianjiao nation and fought against Tianjiao nation, the only one in the top 4 who was not from an overlord nation. Up until now, he had not revealed much of his strength and had not expended much energy. It was as if he was saving his trump card for the last. If this was not the chosen one, then what was? Damn it! Even the governor of Shaoqi nation, Xiaolai, could not help but mutter, "Is there a fire on Zhongshan's ancestral grave mountain?" This was more than just smoke. Cough. Murong Long, with a solemn aura, hurriedly stopped him, The fate of the nation, the fate of the nation. He was too tired. A yellow seraira was already very out of place. What was wrong with General Xiao? How could he say that about his own Tianjiao? Others did not have confidence in your Tianjiao nation, but you yourself said that he relied on luck? Although it was meant to be mocking, they knew that Zhongshan Weisun definitely had the strength to contend for first place. But for the governor of Shaoqi nation to say such words without thinking, wouldn't it be a joke if word got out? The Dharma idols of the six supremes were all present. Xiaolai finally realized that he had misspoken and smoothed things over. It's both luck and strength. Luck is also a form of strength. No matter what expectations people had, the final two battles in the outer arena were about to begin. The first battle to begin was between Zhongshan Weisun, the son of Zhongshan Yanwen of the Jing nation's Eagle Guard army, and the Wei nation's ranger Yan Xiaofei. In terms of birth, status, resources, influence, this was a battle of great disparity in every aspect. As for Yung Genzuan and Dou Zhao, who had stayed below the stage to wait for the next battle, they sat cross-legged on the ground with great tacit understanding. They closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing. Clearly, they only saw each other as opponents and only wanted to quickly return to their peaked condition. They did not pay attention to the battle in front of them. This was truly arrogance. But no one felt that they did not deserve this. Their previous performance was enough to conquer the audience. The spectators in the circular spectator stands, apart from the people from the Jing nation and the Wei nation, were clearly lacking in interest. But no matter how others saw it, no matter how they did not expect it, for the two people who were standing on the only remaining martial arts stage, the two of them were extremely shocked. This was a battle that would determine their fate. This was a battle of honor that belonged to them. If someone was watching, they had to fight with their lives on the line. If no one was watching, they had to fight with their lives on the line. Chapter 1138. On the lonely martial arts arena. Two Tianjiao contestants stood facing each other. Zhongshan Weisun was elegant, while Yan Xiaofei was tall and confident. One had his hands behind his back, while the other had his sword. Speaking of which, even in this Tianjiao River viewing platform, they were not mediocre. It was just that Dou Zhao's 7 fighting styles was too dazzling, while Yung Genzuan's white robe was too elegant. Only then did they suppress all the Tianjiao contestants and make them pale in comparison. However, since they had come to Tianjiao, who would be willing to be a foil? They had already made it to the top 4. Who wouldn't want to fight for the championship? From the beginning, they had come to the river viewing platform for the title of number 1 in the world. No matter how dazzling Dou Zhao and Yung Genzuan were, they would not lose their confidence. No matter how much the world did not look forward to it, at least they would always look forward to it. Zhongshan Weisun had been taught very strictly since he was young. He had spent a lot of hard work and accumulated a lot of resources along the way. Yan Xiaofei could represent the Wei nation in the Yellow River gathering as a ranger and even make it to the top 4. Who did he put in less effort then? Who did he lose to in terms of talent? Everyone standing on the martial arts stage had their own reasons for wanting to win. That was why they had traveled all the way to meet each other here at this moment. Zhongshan Weisun looked at his opponent and was about to say something like, "Everyone should work hard," to show the magnanimity of a great nation. Suddenly, Huang Sheli's shout came from the spectator seats behind him. "Hurry up!" After all, this was not the great illusionary land. After all, no one knew that he was Zhao Taizhu. Outside the great illusionary land, Zhongshan Weisun was very elegant and polite. Therefore, he cupped his hands at Yan Xiaofei with empathy. "Sorry, we did not mean to humiliate you. It's just that her personality is more direct." However, it seemed like he was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. Yan Xiaofei from the Wei nation just looked at him. There were no extra emotions in his bright eyes, and he did not say a word. Zhongshan Weisun suddenly remembered that Yan Xiaofei hadn't said a single word during the first few rounds of the competition. Tianjiao was actually a mute. What a pity! This kind of innate muteness could only be changed after becoming a god, right? If only I could exchange it with the yellow Saraira. What a pity! On the martial arts stage, Zhongshan Weisun was concerned about the yellow Saraira. On the spectator stands, Xiahou Lai, the governor of Shaoqi, was also lecturing Huang Shaili. It's not a bad thing for you to encourage Wei Sunday. However, we need to have the demeanor of a great country. It is inappropriate for you to speak so contemptuously in public. You have to be careful in the future. Huang Sheli blinked. I just want to watch handsome guys fight. Yonggenzuan versus Do Zhao, how exciting! One of them was from the Wei Kingdom, and the other was from the Wei Kingdom of Zhongshan. What was there to look at? Just end the battle quickly. What's the point of wasting time? That's what I meant when I told them to hurry up. However, she knew that it wasn't appropriate for her to say this out loud. As for the governor of Shaoqi's teaching, she just blinked and didn't say anything. The Wei Kingdom's great general Wu Sun was below the stage for this battle. Tianjiao from the Wei Kingdom didn't make it into the main competition in the unrestricted battles for those under 30 years old. They were suppressed by the Song Kingdom. However, they made a name for themselves in the outer arena and made it into the top 4. In the past, the top 4 positions were usually rotated among the 6 great overlord. It wasn't easy for Yan Xiaofei to be able to squeeze into the middle and even charge forward now. Wu Sun, who had single-handedly created the Wei Kingdom's strong army, naturally had an awe-inspiring aura. Hearing the Jing Kingdom's contemptuous words and yelling, "Hurry up," before the battle even started, he naturally had to support his country's Tianjiao. He raised his thick eyebrows and said in a booming voice, "Yan Xiaofei, let the world see you. This general is waiting to celebrate with you personally." On the other side, Xiahou Lai was still nagging and lecturing Huang Sheli, saying that they were an overlord nation and a role model for the world. They couldn't be lacking in magnanimity. When he suddenly heard Wu Sun's words, he immediately stood up and pointed at the arena. "Wei Sun, get him." Yu Qie, who was about to announce the start of the battle, looked at Wu Sun and then at Xiahou Lai. "Why don't the two of you host? Or do the two of you host yourselves?" Wu Sun sat down expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. If it was a one-on-one battle, he wouldn't be afraid of Xiahou Lai. However, he had really given himself up at the river viewing platform. That would be the laughingstock of the world. However, Xiahou Lai wasn't the same. He waited until Wu Sun sat down before glaring at him fiercely. Only then did he sit down with a smug look on his face, as if he had already won. It was extremely childish. Jiang Wang acutely noticed that the Dharma idol of the Jing Kingdom's supremacy that stood beside the Six Directions pillar, the rainbow-colored dragon robe with stars, seemed to move a little. It was probably blown by the river wind, or perhaps, even this supremacy felt a little embarrassed? He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about it. Jiang Wang obediently shifted his gaze back and watched this battle that wasn't taken seriously by many. After Yu Qie dealt with the two troublemakers, he officially announced the start of the battle. The clear light that was used to separate the two people also disappeared. As soon as the announcement was made, the two people on the arena collided together. They crashed into the center of the arena at almost the same extreme speed. It was hard to tell who had made the first move, and it was hard to tell who had more strength. Because when the two hard fists collided, 2 sparks exploded. Instantly, a prairie fire was set ablaze. The raging flames instantly covered the entire martial arts stage. It was a rather spacious martial arts stage with ancient restrictions. However, at this moment there wasn't a single gap. Everywhere one looked, there was nothing but fire. Almost all of the absent-minded spectators instantly fixed their eyes on the arena. The scene before their eyes was truly magnificent. The two fists were fixed in the center, and the rolling sea of flames was also divided by this. The sea of flames behind Zhongshan Wei's sun was a fiery red with a hint of gold. It burned brilliantly, burning the heavens and the earth. The sea of flames behind Yan Xiaofei was crimson red with a hint of blood. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, gnawing at one's heart. The sea of flames was divided into two colors, intertwining and biting each other. They were clearly separated. In the raging flames, the two people looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised, and also a little surprise. This was the surprise of meeting a match and meeting a good talent. Before this battle, both Zhongshan Wei's sun and Yan Xiaofei had never displayed their fire element magical powers. However, at this moment, they tacitly chose to let it appear. In such a confrontation, they also felt the deep unwillingness in each other's hearts. Who came to the river observation platform to see other people's glory. That was why they had chosen to start the match with such a grand opening. It was precisely to show their charm and compete for glory in the world. Don't say that you don't know your friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Rumble. Rumble like rolling thunder came from within their bodies at almost the same time. That was the power of the heavenly palace bursting forth, and the violent shaking of the inner palace. In the sea of flames behind Zhongshan Wei's sun, a fiery red vermilion bird flapped its wings and cried out. And in the sea of flames behind Yan Xiaofei, a crimson red lotus bloomed. Fist against fist. Magical powers against magical powers. Nanmingli fire against red lotus hellfire. Chapter 1139. The sea of flames collided and the waves of flames devoured each other. All the elemental energy other than the fire element was driven away. Jiang Wang, who was watching from the sidelines, almost couldn't hold back the divine ability seed from the first inner residence. Seeing two powerful fire elemental divine abilities at the same time, his Samadhi true fire was eager to try. In terms of the degree of divine ability development, he might not be able to participate for the time being. But with the fire world where all things were born and destroyed, he might be able to compete. Especially in such an environment where only fire was alive, it was too suitable for the fire world to sprout. This was an occasion where Tianjiao gathered from all over the world. At almost every moment, there would be someone who could provoke his fighting spirit. Great, this feeling is great. The two people who were submerged in the sea of flames were clearly seen by his eye of Qianyang. Even if he hadn't cultivated the eye of Qianyang, it wasn't difficult for him to see through them with his fire elemental attainments. In his field of vision, the fiery red vermilion bird and the red lotus confronted each other. The two seas of flames collided, and it was difficult to determine the winner. They devoured each other and cancelled each other out, and in the distant starry sky, two stars lit up at almost the same time. The two people in the battle lit up the Starlight Sacred Tower in the southern Vermilion Bird sector. Starlight poured down like a waterfall. The Vermilion Bird behind Zhong Yu and Wei's sun burned with a ring of golden flames, looking even more extraordinary. The red lotus behind Yan Xiaofei had two slender silver flames flowing at its base, like dragons and snakes. The two people in the battle made the same choice again. They used the starlight of the Starlight Sacred Tower to enhance their divine ability. Jiang Wang had a realization. Maybe it wasn't because they had perfect chemistry, but because this was probably the correct path for the fire elemental divine ability at the outer tower level. Using the corresponding Starlight Sacred Tower to assist in the development of the divine ability and produce the divine ability spirit, just like this vermilion bird and this red lotus. These two people were just different paths leading to the same goal. Then, after he advanced to the outer tower, he roughly knew how to continue developing the Samadhi true fire. Starlight Tower, nurturing the spirit. He just had to walk on this path. The golden-flamed vermilion bird flew around the arena, constantly increasing the power of the sea of flames. The silver flaming red lotus also spun, supporting the sea of flames. The level of development of the Abhijna on both sides was about the same. It was hard to tell who was better in terms of understanding and usage of the Starlight Sacred House. If this continued, it would probably just be a pure clash of cultivation bases. Before the power of the divine ability was exhausted and the flames burned out, no one would know the outcome. As the Tianjiao of the Jing country, Zhongshan and Weisun were naturally unwilling to see such a situation. He should have obtained victory with an overwhelming advantage, and not rely on bitter struggles and competing with his foundation. His opponent was not from the 6 great nations, but a ranger from the Wei nation. He had many more choices, so how could he be willing to place his hopes on the collision of a single divine ability? The strong wouldn't do that. Zhongshan Wei's son pushed his fist forward, and his entire body retreated rapidly. As he retreated, he raised a single fist. The termination energy rose like a tornado. The golden flame vermilion bird raised its head to the sky and let out a cry. It swallowed the flames into its stomach, and the endless sea of flames returned to its body. It flapped its wings and with a long flaming tail, it tangled with the energy termination tornado. Black and red mixed together, dragon and sparrow intertwined. As Zhongshan Wei's son punched forward, it whistled and pounced towards Yan Xiaofei. This was a killing technique that combined divine abilities, the sacred building, and secret military technique. It was one of the trump cards that he relied on to win. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Its name was Dragon Sparrow Soldier Kill. However, at this moment, Zhongshan Wei's son heard the sound of a sword. It was an extremely soft sound, but also extremely heavy. It was as if countless unbearable memories of the past had landed on this sword. Old dreams were nowhere to be found. The crimson sea of flames did not take the opportunity to engulf. On the contrary, almost at the same time as the golden flame vermilion bird retracted the sea of flames, Yan Xiaofei's red lotus hellfire also returned to the silver fire red lotus. He had the pride of being the overlord of the Tianjiao, and Yan Xiaofei also had the pride of being a hero of the Wei nation. Yan Xiaofei also didn't want to do things that he didn't want to do. Therefore, they made the same choice once again. The only difference was that he punched, and Yan Xiaofei drew his sword. Yan Xiaofei was dressed in ordinary clothes, the kind that could be seen everywhere on the street. Only his sword, just by looking at the scabbard, was priceless. Jade hook thread, silver wash pattern, golden luan inlaid, and gemstone inlaid. The work of a grandmaster was a rare treasure. When this sword was unsheathed, it was as if a dragon soared to the 9 heavens and a phoenix cried to the 8 desolates. It was as if the sun was hanging high in the sky, and it was peerless. The sword was 3.5 feet long, and the blade flashed with flowing light. This sword had no hilt. Before the hilt was the sword blade. This was because its sharpness could not be blocked. This was an extremely dazzling sword, a sword that was born to take away all the light. However, in Yan Xiaofei's hands it was so gentle, so sad and so heavy. Yan Xiaofei drew his sword and picked up the red lotus. The red lotus, which was as dazzling as blood jade, stopped at the tip of the sword lightly and did not tremble at all. But it gave people the feeling that it was too heavy. It was unbearably heavy. All the sins of a lifetime were in it, and they were all carried on this sword. Therefore, even such a dazzling and eye-catching sword was so bleak and desolate. This sword could no longer bear the burden. Yan Xiaofei's sword picked up the red lotus and sent it to Zhongshan Wei Sunday. It was as if he was giving this heavy red lotus to the arrogant dragon sparrow. The dragon sparrow was mixed and opened its mouth angrily. The red lotus had withered and was about to wither. They collided together. The dragon sparrow killed soldiers, and the sword picked up the red lotus. They collided head-on. There was no sound. Even the light and shadow were slow. The red lotus petals fell lightly one by one. The broken feathers of the vermilion bird spun in the air. The termination energy and the sword energy flew away respectively. Everything became very slow. It was the kind of slow that murdered the vision. Because it was difficult to keep up with the details of this terrifying scene, there was a false perception of slow in terms of senses. Until the first red lotus petal fell to the ground. Boom! A loud noise woke up all the spectators in the ring-shaped stands. It also seemed to have awakened the martial arts arena. Boom! 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 There were consecutive explosions. The shattered vermilion bird feathers and the already withered red lotus petals exploded one after another. The shattered sword energy flew wildly, and the termination energy danced in the air. Balls of flames were flying in all directions. The fiery red ones were like flowers and the red ones were like blood. In this world of flowers and blood, Yan Xiaofei stepped forward. It was as if he had stepped into a garden and stabbed his sword in the falling petals. This sword erupted with a brilliant light that no one could look directly at. It was agile, lively, and free. It had the aura of, I will reach the top of the mountain, and I will be the peak of the mountain. Magnanimous, natural, and brilliant. It was the dragon light that washed away all the splendor and shone all over. It was as if it could only see its true self after sending the red lotus flying. Please try this sword. You are a distinguished person. This person was Yan Xiaofei, a wanderer of Wei. This sword was called complacency. It was a gift from the Wei Emperor before he left. It was said that the heroes of the world should see Yan complacency. Chapter 1140. Complacency was a famous sword hidden in the Great Wei Imperial Palace. The Wei Emperor gave this sword to Yan Xiaofei. His expectations for Yan Xiaofei were self-evident. Yan Xiaofei was a wanderer, but he was able to suppress all the heroes in the Wei nation. He was even complacent at the river viewing platform. Of course, he could be called a Tianjiao. At this moment, he used the red lotus hellfire in his sword and used Zhongshan Wei Sun's dragon sparrow soldiers to wash the red lotus away, revealing the true nature of this sword. Then, the sword came straight. After washing away all the lead, it was like waking up from a dream. This was a sword that reflected one's heart. It was also a stunning sword. Just based on this sword, it was not inferior to Gan Chang'an's Karma Blade technique. However, Zhongshan Wei Sun did not give in at all. Dragon Sparrow Soldiers and Sword-Picking Red Lotus were both powerful killing technique. After they clashed, they fell everywhere. Yan Xiaofei was able to use the complacent sword from the falling petals to return to its true nature. He had indeed taken the initiative. However, this did not mean anything. It was just that this sword was more suitable at this moment. That was all. And his fist was even stronger. In the world of flowers and blood, facing Yan Xiaofei who was walking towards him. Facing this heroic hero and his proud sword, Lin Fan was stunned. Zhongshan Wei Sun's fist bulged. To be precise, the surging termination energy wrapped around his fist. It flowed like water, surged like waves, and even wrapped around his entire body. The ferocious termination energy surged and instantly contracted, condensing into a physical object. It was pieces and pieces, black and shiny armor. Layers and layers covered Zhongshan Wei Sun's body. The armor was like a bull's horn, and fire patterns flowed on the armor. Only a pair of cold eyes were revealed. The elegant and rich young master instantly turned into a bloody and cold killing general on the battlefield. Zhongshan clan's secret technique, soldier slaughtering demon armor. It was not an armor treasure, but a top-notch combat technique that strengthened all aspects of a cultivator. Jing Nation's current Eagle Guard general, Zhongshan Yanwen, relied on this technique to go 8,000 miles into the desolate border and returned after slaying a true demon. His name shook the world. After Zhongshan Yanwen created this technique, It replaced the Zhongshan clan's original technique and became the clan's core secret technique. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Zhongshan Wei Sun's armament destroyer demon-slaying armor had its own understanding that was different from the original codex. Incorporating the power of the Nanming primordial fire was more suitable for him. At this moment, the fully armored Zhongshan Wei Sun stood on the spot like an iron statue, cold and unyielding, and when he swung his fist, "Kill! I deserve to die in the enemy's camp. We will never retreat." Huff! Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the blood and flowers that filled the sky were all pushed away. A terrifying aura swept out. Zhong Yuwei's sun punched out, and countless army spirits appeared behind him. They were either spurring their horses, shouting to kill, charging, or beheading. It was the sound of the cavalry's swords and spears. Under such a fist, even Yan Xiaofei's proud sword could not help but bend slightly. Even Yan Xiaofei had no choice but to retreat. With his fist against the sword, one of them advanced and the other retreated. The blood and flowers that filled the sky were collapsing at an accelerated rate. While everyone was shocked by this scene, Chao Jie lightly leaned back. A silent and formless power spread out, blocking Jiang Wang's left and right. Just now, he felt the sword intent that this youth emitted, and knew that he had comprehended something. In order to prevent others from noticing, he secretly concealed it. What made Jiang Wang feel something was not the dragon sparrow soldier kill or the sword picking the red lotus. Indeed, these two killing techniques could be considered top-notch and were on the same level as his fire world technique. In fact, due to the cultivation of the caster, the performance of these two techniques was much stronger than his fire world technique. However, what made Changxi cry, what made his sword intent erupt, and what even made it spread out of his body, was Yan Xiaofei's proud sword. It was too compatible. When he saw this sword, he immediately understood. His youthful and frivolous sword seemed to have jumped out of his mind. Changxi's sword spirit flew excitedly in the 5 prefectures sea. Youthful and frivolous was nothing more than proud. It was because he was proud that he looked around arrogantly. Because he was proud of his youth, he was unrestrained and frivolous. Jiang Wang had once seen Chao use Hidden Blade for 10 years and comprehended the famous scholar swords, 10 years of desolation, life and death enmity. Today, when he saw Yan Xiaofei's proud sword technique, he comprehended the young scholar sword's proud. The so-called human Dao sword technique was the elaboration of the word human. It was to observe people, the world, and oneself. It was the summary and analysis of all one's experiences. First Chao Yu, then Yan Xiaofei. Using other people's true intent to comprehend one's own true intent. It was really wonderful. The emotion that sprouted in that instant made Jiang Wang almost want to leap onto the stage and slash out with his sword amidst the blood and flowers that fell from the sky. Then, he let out a long howl as he sang. Of course, he could only restrain himself. Other than perfected monarch Yu Lu, who was hosting the competition, and the 6 Dharma Avatar Supremes, anyone who interfered with the competition would be courting death. Jiang Wang calmed his emotions and retracted his sword intent. He continued to watch the battle, completely unaware of what Chao Jie had done just now. Chao Jie himself was indifferent and did not speak. Ji Zhaonan, who was sitting beside him, did not look sideways. In the arena, Zhongshan Weisun activated the armament destroyer demon-slaying armor and activated the 9 directions killing fist, which was a secret technique of the Zhongshan clan. He used the cavalry protruding saber and spear cry to force Yan Xiaofei back. His fists were filled with evil energy, suppressing the entire arena. It exploded the air and sword aura, sealing the opponent's room to maneuver. For a moment, he had the upper hand like a god or a demon. On the other hand, Yan Xiaofei retreated again and again. His retreating speed could not keep up with Zhongshan Weisuan's speed. His proud sword was bent more and more by the armored fist. However, his expression was not fearful. His eyes were actually filled with sorrow. Sorrow? Zhongshan Weisun could not understand. The spectators on the spectators' stand could not understand either. In this vast world, there was a vast sea of people. Everyone had their own joys and sorrows. All living beings in this world, all the people outside, they were all spectators. His heart was filled with sorrow and no one knew his hatred. No one needed to know. Zhongshan Weisun, who was under the armament destroyer demon-slaying armor, saw that Yan Xiaofei was looking at everything with a sorrowful gaze. The jade bracelet on his hair suddenly exploded, and his long hair danced wildly. The sorrow in his eyes disappeared, and became bright and joyful. That kind of extreme and overflowing joy was about to flow out of his eyes. However, for some reason, seeing this kind of joy made one's heart feel heavier. To Zhongshan Weisun, the change in his opponent's emotions was secondary. The important thing was that at this moment, he could clearly feel that his opponent's aura was rapidly rising. The power that came from the sword that was being suppressed by his iron fist was as vast as a raging sea. His proud sword suddenly straightened. Zhongshan Weisun, who was fully armored, was sent flying back 13 steps. Bam 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 bam. He stepped on the ground step by step, exerting strength with each step, and barely managed to stabilize himself. What had happened? Under the armament destroyer demon-slaying armor, his strength in all aspects had rapidly risen. How could he be suppressed by his opponent? What Zhongshan Weisun did not know was that this was just the beginning. Yan Xiaofei, whose long hair danced wildly and whose eyes were filled with extreme joy, suddenly laughed wildly. This was originally a very sudden scene, but it happened very naturally. His aura, his will, his Tao energy, his blood, his everything was consuming itself and shining brilliantly at this moment. Mystical ability, endless joys. Giving up everything, just for a moment of youth. If one could not enjoy it fully, they would all die. This was a true mystical ability that put one's life on the line. When using this mystical ability, the cultivator would use up everything, boil everything, and give up everything. In this moment, the brilliance of his entire life would be released, increasing his strength in all aspects. If he could defeat his opponent and enjoy it fully, he would be able to enjoy it fully. If he could not defeat his opponent, he would die on the spot. It was also an increase in strength in all aspects. After paying such a terrifying price, the endless joy mystical ability was definitely much stronger than ordinary enhancement mystical abilities. It was also not something that Zhongshan Weisun's armament destroyer demon-slaying armor could compare to. Therefore, Yan Xiaofei waved his sword and forced Zhongshan Weisun to retreat. The two of them, who were originally of equal strength, pulled apart at this moment. Under the endless joy state, Yan Xiaofei charged forward with his sword. The sword pierced through the blood and flowers. It was so dazzling. But for some reason, his footsteps suddenly became unstable, and he started to stagger and stumble. It was as if he was drunk. In his eyes, his movements seemed to have slowed down. However, in his senses, this sword became so heavy and so strong. He laughed, happy and proud. However, his sword was sorrowful, struggling, and in pain. When such a sword came, the cuckoo cried blood and all things mourned. He looked at the shaky sword that was being delivered to him. Zhongshan Weisun realized that he could only retreat. He could only retreat. He could not bear such pain. He could not bear such sorrow. What kind of sword force was this? As Zhongshan Weisun retreated, he summoned the termination energy. Under the armament destroyer demon-slaying armor state, he used the 9 directions killing fist. The termination energy rose behind him and covered the sky. It covered the clouds and covered the sun as it swept forward. This was a fist that gathered the momentum. It was a fist that swept forward like a flood. Wherever the army went, it was invincible. As the saying went, black clouds pressed down on the city and threatened to destroy it. However, that sword actually stabbed in. It stabbed in crooked and crooked. It split the black clouds apart and pierced through the termination energy. After disintegrating his fist momentum, Yan Xiaofei laughed loudly and staggered in. The sword was already across his neck. Zhongshan Weisun felt a chill run down his spine. This opponent, this hero of Wei, who he did not pay much attention to and was unable to find out more about his background. He used a sword called Pride. What he picked was a divine ability called Endless Pleasure. His eyes were filled with joy and his face was full of smiles. However, his sword force seemed to be carrying sin. It was sorrowful and heavy. What had this person experienced? What kind of story did this person have? What kind of swordsmanship was this? In the distant starlight holy tower, Zhongshan Weisuan's holy tower and Yan Xiaofei's holy tower complemented each other. The 5 residences in his body trembled. Zhongshan Weisun looked straight at Yan Xiaofei. His eyes were as deep as hell. He activated the supernatural power that had already appeared in the previous rounds of battle, Warden of Hell. It interrogated the opponent's soul and gave them endless torture and pain. As the supernatural power continued to be developed, the Warden of Hell would become more and more rich. In the first round of battle, the moment the Warden of Hell appeared, the opponent from the 5 Northwest Countries Alliance had already collapsed on the spot. That was Tianjiao, the 5 Northwest Countries Alliance, who was born in a bitter and cold place and was known for its firm will. When the opponent was complacent, it was a good time for the Warden of Hell to show his might. There was no more suitable choice than this. Zhongshan Weisun clenched his iron fists and prepared to attack at any time. But the Warden of Hell's supernatural power fell. Yan Xiaofei's expression didn't change at all. He was still smiling brightly, his eyes full of joy. And while he was stumbling, the sword had already reached him. The Warden of Hell's supernatural power had no effect on him at all. Or more accurately, the Warden of Hell had already taken effect, but Yan Xiaofei had endured that kind of pain. This could only mean that the pain he was feeling now was even deeper and more torturous. Zhongshan Weisun suddenly had a kind of realization. Perhaps this person's current state was originally using pain and sin as fuel for firewood. Then he came to a conclusion. Yan Xiaofei in this state was undefeatable. Therefore, he blasted out a cavalry protruding saber and spear cry. Without hesitation, he rose into the air and moved his body. Unknowingly, his will to battle had changed again and again. From defeating his opponent forcefully to defeating his opponent seriously, and now to enduring his opponent's supernatural power state and waiting for a good opportunity. Of course, his desire to win had never been extinguished from the beginning to the end. For war, victory and defeat were always more important than the process. Only by knowing how to avoid the sharp edge could one be considered to understand war. But at this moment, facing Zhongshan Weisuan's 9 directions killing fist, Yan Xiaofei actually did not dodge or evade. He could only stumble forward and strike at Zhongshan Weisun. Boom! The fists mercilessly blasted onto Yan Xiaofei's body, directly breaking through his protective starlight and causing his sternum to cave in. He let out a difficult and painful sound. But Yan Xiaofei was still laughing. In his state of extreme joy, he was not killed by this punch. He laughed joyfully and fell forward while stumbling. Like a naive and happy child, he waved his wooden sword and ran while laughing. But his steps were unstable and he fell on the spot. But it was this fall. Zhongshan Weisuan's rising momentum was blocked on the spot. His entire body was slashed by countless rays of sword energy that appeared out of nowhere. Ding 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 ding. That was the sound of sword energy cutting the weapon-slaying devil armor. Under this crazy slash of sword energy, Zhongshan Weisun was forced back to the ground. and Yan Xiaofei fell in front of him, like a drunkard drowning his sorrows in alcohol, like a child who fell. He fell and fell forward in front of him. Coincidentally, the proud sword pierced right into his chest. Zhongshan Weisun was unwilling, unconvinced, indignant. He still had magical powers that he had not used, trump cards that he had not used, and the 9 directions killing fist was not finished. He was the Tianjiao of the Jing kingdom, how could he? But the extremely sorrowful and painful sword energy was wreaking havoc in his body. His pain and his sins were ignited again, even burning with the fire of a red lotus. The painful flames burned in his body, a ray of clear light comforted him. It comforted his body, but his heart was in even more pain, because Yu Qie had interfered. While Yu Qie was announcing the outcome of the battle, Zhongshan Weisun looked at Yan Xiaofei, who had fallen in front of him and had pierced his chest with a long sword while supporting himself. He spat out blood and asked with difficulty, "What sword technique is this?" After he asked the question, he suddenly remembered that the person in front of him seemed to be mute. It was probably because he was born mute that this person was in so much pain. Only by being so focused could he be so powerful. At this moment, a strange thought appeared in Zhongshan Weisun's mind. If Huang Sheli became mute one day, he would become even stronger, right? Spiritual pain, Yan Xiaofei said. He pulled out his proud sword. The moment the tip of the sword left his body, Zhongshan Weisun really wanted Zhao Taizhu to come out and say a few words. But looking at this person who pulled out his sword and retreated, he felt desolate and sorrowful. I'm going to get beaten up when I go back, right? There's nothing I can do about it. Not being able to display my peak means that I'm not strong enough. But Grandpa, I've really worked hard. Forget it, you won't listen to me, right? So be it. The person lying on the ground lay flat. The person who stood and retreated was expressionless. The extreme joy just now dissipated, only leaving behind endless desolation and sorrow. Although he won this battle, he seemed to have become a little hunched. It was not that he did not return to his youth, but that this sword hurt himself and hurt others. People could not help but ask, what was the story between him and his sword technique? The victor on the martial arts stage had been decided, but below the stage, there was suddenly an uproar. Tianjiao of Wei Nation had won this battle. Tianjiao, who was not from an overlord nation, had actually reached the last step and was qualified to compete for the champion of the Yellow River Gathering. The people of Jing Nation had ugly expressions on their faces in disbelief. The people of Wei Nation were overjoyed and cheered. The great general of Wei Nation, Wu Sun, stood up with an excited expression. Yan Xiaofei, when we return to the country, I will lead your horse. However, Yan Xiaofei only held his sword. His eyelids were slightly lowered, and his expression was lonely. Standing alone on the stage, it was as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Even though today the world was proud of the river viewing platform. Chapter 1141. When Jiang Wang first learned swordsmanship, he had a deep understanding. A sword has 2 edges. Hurting others hurts oneself. When killing an enemy, one had to exercise self-control. When fighting for victory, one should not forget to restrain oneself. That was how he understood the saying. However, this was the first time he deeply understood what it meant to hurt oneself. Yan Xiaofei's sword was too heavy. It was too sorrowful. This was a sword art that hurt others. Sadness was inevitable in this world. Therefore, no one could escape the sword of sorrow. After this battle, the divine injury sword art would definitely become famous. Xiahou Lai, the governor of Swift Cavalry, personally went on stage and carried Zhongshan Wei's son off the stage. Although they had lost the battle, especially to a non-hegemon nation like the Wei Kingdom, making the Jing Kingdom look bad, the people of the Jing Kingdom could see the outcome of a battle very clearly. Victory and defeat were commonplace in the military. Furthermore, the person lying on stage was the grandson of Zhongshan Yanwen. Even His Majesty could not just leave him be. Xiahou Lai naturally had to show that he was taking this matter seriously. Before the battle began, he had been scowling at the Wei Kingdom's Grand General Wu Sun. Now that the battle was over, he did not do anything else. After all, the outcome of the Yellow River meet would not shake the Jing Kingdom's status. A hegemon nation naturally had its own image. After personally treating Zhongshan Wei Sun's injuries, he handed him over to the accompanying medical cultivators and returned to the spectator stands. "How embarrassing," he mumbled. Murong Long said lightly, "During the battle, Wei Sun was unafraid of death, but that Wei man seemed to be seeking death. This was the reason why he lost the match." Xiahou Lai sighed inwardly. The battle was already over. What was there to analyze? By the side, Huang Shelley patted his chest. "Governor, don't worry. I'll help you pick up your face tomorrow." Xiahou Lai remained expressionless. He wanted to remind Huang Shelley that he was a girl. However, it was pointless on second thought. Back then, who was the one who said that Huang Shelley did not behave like a girl and was lacking propriety? The grass at the grave was already 3 feet tall. That bastard, Huang Fu, had charged over with an army. He did not even stay overnight. "What do you mean by girl or girl? My Shelley can do whatever he wants." This sentence was clearly remembered by everyone in the Jing Kingdom. "Forget it. I'm tired." Xiahou Lai closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhongshan and Wei Sun were carried away, and Yan Xiao flew down from the martial arts stage. The second battle of the top 4 was about to begin. Dou Zhao and Yongenzuen, who were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the arena, opened their eyes at the same time. Yu Qian waved his hand, and the martial arts stage in front of him returned to its original state. The bloodstains, sword marks, fist marks, all of them disappeared. Then he announced, "Yongenzuen of Qi versus Dou Zhao of Chu." Dou Zhao's martial attire was red with golden edges. The design could be considered simple, but the golden edges were also very complicated, adhering to the traditional style of the Chu country. He stood on the martial arts stage with the Tian Shao saber in his hand. He looked handsome and brilliant. In a trance, he looked like a god. On the other hand, Yongenzuen, whose robes were whiter than snow, stood very casually. His collar was not tight, and one could vaguely see his jade-like collarbone and his deep-set muscles. His hands were empty, and it was rare for him to have a serious expression on his face. He looked even more extraordinarily handsome. Everyone held their breaths in concentration, not willing to miss this battle. In the hearts of most people, this was the battle that would determine the champion. Zhongshan Wei Sun and Yan Xiaofei's performances were definitely not bad. They could even be considered extremely strong. Disregarding everything else, just the dragon sparrow soldier kill and the sword piercing the red lotus could be used to determine victory and defeat in many battles. However, their performances were ultimately not as strong as Yongenzuen and Dou Zhao's, who were extremely powerful and dominating. Gan Chong'un and Nao Yang's performances were top-notch Tianjiao's. However, Dou Zhao and Yonggenzuen's performances were also overwhelming victories. The level of an expert was verified by their opponent. Jiang Wang, who had not opened his meridians, was able to single-handedly kill the Maplewood City's Xishan bandits several times. Could this battle record be considered as Tianjiao's? Being a crane in a flock of chickens was not something to be proud of. A crane's battlefield was in the sky, not in a chicken coop. Only when Tianjiao clashed with Tianjiao could they show their true power. The people were looking forward to more. They were looking forward to a stronger Tianjiao. They were looking forward to more exciting performances. Both Dou Zhao and Yongenzuen seemed to have a lot of reservations. They could satisfy the people's endless expectations. Of course, it was impossible for them to be unlimited. However, their strength gave the people such room for imagination. How strong could they be? How strong could they be at the level of the outer building state? Everyone was looking forward to it. As soon as the two peerless Tianjiao's experts stood still, the whole place fell silent. Everything became very quiet. It was so quiet that only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Thump, thump, thump. Time passed too slowly. When Yu Qian's announcement rang out, the clear light that separated the two people on the stage faded away. Wang Yiwu actually had the illusion that it was a lifetime ago. In fact, he was also looking forward to such an occasion as the Tianjiao Gathering of the Nations. He yearned for it. He was invincible in the army. He fought for first place in every state. He even left a monument as the number one in the reaching heaven state. How could he not yearn to be the number one in the world? However, the military law was like a mountain. He was sentenced to 3 years in the death row prison camp, which ruined his chances of competing for the Yellow River Gathering. He did not blame anyone. He did not blame himself. He chose and he took responsibility. That was all. Even towards Jiang Wang, he did not have any hatred. He only wanted to win. However, he could not compete now. Fortunately, Yung Genzuan was competing. He looked at Yung Genzuan, whose white clothes were fluttering in the wind. He had the illusion that he was also on the stage. An opponent like Dou Zhao, it was really exciting. Start. Along with Yu Qian's calm voice, a crack appeared in the air. Dou Zhao's heavenly punishment move. At the same time, a beam of pure white moonlight fell from the sky and froze Dou Zhao on the spot. Yung Genzuan started with the full moon wheel. The moonlight was like a prison, imprisoning Dou Zhao. This was the first time Yung Genzuan had changed his fighting style after so many battles at the river viewing platform. He started with the full moon wheel theurgy art. From this, one could see how much he valued Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao did not feel that he was being treated differently. This was because he, Dou Zhao, deserved to be treated like this. He deserved to be treated like a god by all the top Tianjiao in the world. In front of the name Dou Zhao, who would dare to be careless? He did not resist. If his opponent did not unleash his most powerful state, how could he test his saber? The heavenly saber spun in his hand and slashed forward. The indifference in his eyes told his opponent that this was the 7 styles of battle, divinity, obliteration. The saber's blade glowed faintly as it slashed at the beam of moonlight imprisoning Dou Zhao. It felt as if sparks were flying everywhere. However, what shattered was the flowing moonlight. This saber specifically targeted the effects of theurgy. Using a saber technique to counter a theurgy was, of course, a worthwhile choice. However, the so-called gains and losses varied from time to time. Under these circumstances, if Dou Zhao expended all of his energy, the full moon wheel's light would be almost limitless. However, Dou Zhao's divinity obliteration could not be used indefinitely. This kind of exhaustion was disadvantageous to Dou Zhao. Both sides had a clear understanding of this battle. Dou Zhao was not an opponent that could be easily dealt with. They even had to be careful to avoid being easily dealt with. Since exhaustion was advantageous, Yung Genzuan would definitely persist in exhausting his opponent. Accumulating small advantages to make a big advantage was the way of battle. His 5 fingers with distinct joints plucked lightly in the air, as if he was playing a zither. Then, another beam of moonlight shone down. It fell towards Dou Zhao. Almost at the same time, the crack in the sky above Yung Genzuan's head had already fallen. Dou Zhao's heavenly punishment also arrived. The light of the full moon wheel and the crack in the sky closed in on Dou Zhao at almost the same time. However, Dou Zhao's figure had already disappeared. He used his saber to directly dodge Yung Genzuan's full moon wheel. He even dodged the theurgy's power. Dou Zhao leaped out of the crack in the sky amidst the momentum of the saber. He leaped above Yung Genzuan's head and slashed down from above. It was the decay of the body and soul. Both the body and soul were decayed, and the life and soul were destroyed. However, this terrifying move was only able to cut down halfway before it was stopped. A beam of moonlight like a prison fixed Dou Zhao in the air. Yonggenzuan plucked the full moon wheel. Two beams of moonlight fell at the same time. One was aimed at Dou Zhao, and the other was aimed at himself. It looked like Dou Zhao was walking into a trap. The light of the full moon wheel that fell in advance precisely fixed Dou Zhao's figure. Yonggenzuan immediately raised his right hand high. A blazing sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Stimulated by it, a crescent moon also revealed its traces and hung on the other side. The entire sky above the martial arts arena was filled with light. The sun and moon shone together. The light even enveloped the entire world stage. A certain connection was formed between the full moon and the sun wheel. Thus, the sunlight became even more dazzling. The full moon had already been severely exhausted in the battle with Na Liang. It could not recover even after a short period of nourishment from the 5 Theurgies light. At this moment, stimulated by the full moon wheel, it seemed to have completely recovered. Above the sky, the sun and moon appeared at the same time, shining on the martial arts arena. Amidst such a spectacle, the blazing sun fell with a loud rumble, smashing straight at Dou Zhao, who was bound by the moonlight. With the support of Chongxian, the power of nature was like a mountain. The oppressive air let out explosive sounds. Bam! The blazing sun came whistling. At the same time, thousands of forces of attraction and repulsion tore at Dou Zhao, affecting his movements and tearing his body apart. Combined with the power of the full moon wheel, it firmly imprisoned Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao leaped out of the crack in the sky and slashed his body and soul. It happened in an instant. However, Yonggenzuan firmly grasped this moment. In an instant, he completed an attack that combined 3 Theurgies. First, he fixed his target, then he killed. In any of the previous battles, he had never been so fierce and proactive. This made this battle jump to the peak of the entire outer arena from the very beginning. At the same time, the visible power of moonlight was like a prison. The invisible power of Chongxian was like a swamp. The blazing sun came whistling, and a black track seemed to appear in the air. It was unknown whether the spectator's vision was damaged, or whether the air had been burned into smoke. The light of the full moon wheel was too dazzling at this moment. It was as if it wanted to release all the accumulated power in an instant. Even the bright moon in the sky was covered by its radiance at this moment. Dou Zhao's blade-wielding figure that was frozen in midair was almost drowned by the blazing light. It took a long time to describe, but at this moment, Dou Zhao only maintained half of his blade's power of slashing his body and soul. Everything happened too quickly. The Tianxiao blade had only fallen halfway when Dou Zhao's brilliant eyes turned indifferent. This thick-backed, 4-foot-long blade pulled horizontally, slashing apart the power of Chongxian and moonlight that surrounded him. Divinity obliteration, slashing Theurgies. Both tangible and intangible were slashed apart. He could actually complete such a powerful killing technique like the 7 combat styles so quickly. It looked as if his previous blade had been the precursor to divinity obliteration. If he hadn't completely perfected this present world's #1 killing technique, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do this. This level of proficiency was equivalent to when Jiang Wang integrated the East Rising Purple Qi sword mantra into every move. However, the difficulty of the two couldn't be compared at all. How could the 7 combat styles be compared to the East Rising Purple Qi sword mantra? Zhuo Guangshu said that Dou Zhao's 7 combat styles were perfected, and the ingenuity of using them depended on one's heart. It was indeed true. This was really a battle between dragons and tigers, a pinnacle confrontation. On the martial arts stage, Dou Zhao broke out of the cage with divinity obliteration. He raised his hand and swung his blade at empty air. First combat style, heavenly punishment. A crack appeared in the sky, and the whistling sun fell right into it. The full moon wheel and the crack disappeared together. It fell into the heavenly fissure. The full moon wheel was naturally extinguished. Heavenly punishment was an extremely powerful attack. Dou Zhao first used it for movement and now he used it for defense. It was as if he could do it at will, and it was extremely ingenious. Dou Zhao had been in a life-or-death situation just now, but after 2 slashes, he was already at ease. However, for someone as strong as Dou Zhao, he naturally didn't want to be at ease. Almost as soon as heavenly punishment was unleashed, he had already turned around. He didn't even look at the result. The result was already in his heart. His back was facing the falling sun, the crack in the sky that had just split open, and facing the peerlessly handsome white-clothed noble young master. He slashed out with defeat in the skin. Holding the blade with both hands, he descended from the sky. Beauty and ugliness in the world were nothing more than stinky skin. Luring people with beauty would eventually decline. This style specialized in killing good skin. Facing Dou Zhao, who was wielding the blade like a god, Yonggenzuan just flipped his right palm and raised it to meet the attack. 5 brilliant light sources in his body suddenly lit up, and the stars in the sky lit up. He instantly entered the state of 5 prefectures' simultaneous glory that defeated Liangshi. A brilliant full moon appeared in his palm and blocked the heavenly sword. The sudden increase in power of 5 prefectures' simultaneous glory allowed him to find the full moon wheel in an instant. It saved the full moon wheel from circling in the heavenly fissure for a long time. When the full moon wheel and the heavenly sword collided head-on, only a loud sound was heard. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, like a heavenly drum. Yonggenzuan's face was expressionless, and his body was not decayed. The light of 5 prefectures' simultaneous glory, combined with the starlight surrounding his body, not only allowed him to block Dou Zhao's blade, but he also prevented the blade from decaying. He prevented Gan Chang'an from suffering. He raised his right hand, and Dou Zhao was easily pushed and sent flying. Even Dou Zhao couldn't compete with him in terms of strength when he had 5 prefectures' simultaneous glory and Chongshuan's power. On the martial arts stage, Yonggenzuan's white clothes were whiter than snow. He held the full moon wheel in his palm and blocked the heavenly sword. He pushed Dou Zhao, who was wearing a red martial robe with golden edges, into the sky. This scene was very similar to the battle between Dou Zhao and Gan Chang'an. At that time, Gan Chang'an also pushed Dou Zhao back with the dance in palms. However, Yonggenzuan's actions were naturally not to achieve the same result as Gan Chang'an. The true peerless Tianjiao dared to do what others didn't dare to do, and could do what others couldn't. He could do what Gan Chang'an couldn't. How terrifying was Yonggenzuan's strength when he had 5 prefectures' simultaneous glory. Na Liang, who had a body close to that of a god, was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. Under such a terrifying force, Dou Zhao couldn't even move his blade. As long as the force on the heavenly sword was removed, the terrifying force would destroy his internal organs. It was definitely not something that could be solved with a drop of blood. More importantly, Yonggenzuan's full moon wheel was still hanging high in the sky. If the full moon wheel merged, Dou Zhao would be crushed into a meat patty in an instant. Gan Chang'an had also guided the dissipating blade energy and used the karma blade technique to create a crack in the sky to welcome Dou Zhao. At that time, Dou Zhao moved his blade and cut Gan Chang'an open at the cost of a drop of blood. Now that the scene was repeating itself, what would Dou Zhao, who couldn't move his blade, do? Of course, he wouldn't choose to take the full moon wheel with his body. He was even more unwilling to try the combination of the full moon wheel and the sun wheel. Veins popped out on his hands that were holding the blade. His bulging muscles pushed up his martial attire. Looking at Yonggenzuan, Dou Zhao smiled brightly. Tai Yin said that you don't understand the outer tower, and he's right. You've been building the outer tower for too short a time. Why don't you turn back and build it for a few more years? Before he finished speaking, the 4 star towers that belonged to him shone in the distant starry sky. Why don't I turn back? Only this sentence seemed to be repeating itself endlessly, ringing in Yung Genzuan's ears. Great freedom's true sound of the bitter sea. Dou Zhao obtained it from training in the outer world. It was originally an extremely powerful killing technique. Using it now was just following his will and laying the groundwork. Dou Zhao's eyes were as clear as a mirror at first, then turbid like mud. The blade guard didn't move, and the blade aura didn't change. But the blade intent changed. He controlled the blade intent and slashed out twice. One day, he cut his nature to see himself, and the other day, he caused a disaster. This was the killing of the intent blade. The first slash broke his heart to let Yung Genzuan see how despicable he was. The second slash was despicable, and it caused a disaster. The evil of human nature caused a disaster because of evil. The 2 slashes overlap. It was a battle of the spirit at the level of the outer tower, but against such a powerful intent blade. The brilliant Yung Genzuan, who had 5 prefectures shining at the same time, he only asked calmly. Tai Yin said that he wouldn't lose. Don't you remember the result? Why don't I turn back? Tai Yin's words don't count, and neither do yours. Cut his nature to see himself? I've already seen myself. I know who I am, why I'm here, and where I want to go. Father, grandfather, Zhonggenjia, army god, even Qi and the entire modern world. None of them can change my will. If I want to climb high, the mountain isn't high. Where I want to go, I'll definitely get there. If the world is wrong, what's wrong with me? I'm Yung Genzuan, in this life. What I think is what I do. The light of the 5 divine abilities entangled with the starlight as if they were one, firmly isolating Dou Zhao's intent blade. While they were fighting, both sides were still rising rapidly. Yung Genzuan's full moon suddenly moved. At this moment it whistled and spun. The moonlight spun like a ribbon and rushed toward Dou Zhao's back, attacking from above and below. Under the situation where the intent blade was ineffective and the heavy blade was blocked, Dou Zhao couldn't withdraw. The 4 starlight sacred towers standing in the distant starry sky shook together. The starlight in the sacred tower flowed down and condensed into a hand behind Dou Zhao. A hand holding a blade. The starlight extended into a long blade, the same shape as the Tianshao blade in Dou Zhao's hand. The starlight hand held the starlight blade and slashed back at the moon chakram. It actually made the moon chakram dim a little and cut it open with a single slash. It was the divinity destruction. Dou Zhao said that Yung Genzuan indeed didn't understand the outer tower's words. This was the end. His starlight sacred tower interpreted his Tao. The Tao of battle. And the starlight controlled the god-slaying blade. The hand of combat made of starlight slashed the moon away. The blade turned and the blade evolved. It immediately went past Dou Zhao and slashed toward Yung Genzuan. Dou Zhao was a powerhouse who had truly stepped on his own Tao path. For example, Gan Chang'an, Naoyang, Zhongshan, and Wei Sun. They all saw their own Tao, but they were not as good as him. They could already manifest the killing power of their Tao path. They truly understood the terrifying power of the outer tower. Among all the outer tower cultivators that Jiang Wang had seen, only Su Shi and Yin Guan had shown their Tao path. The latter was especially powerful. Now that Su Shi was dead, Yin Guan had arrived. The other outer tower powerhouses that Jiang Wang had seen mostly focused on the development of supernatural powers and the control of various outer tower level secret technique. Naturally, it was because the Tao path could only be understood and not explained. Even the world's greatest learning was only guided by the 4 words, Starlight Sacred Tower, and supported by the development of the 4 spirits star region. This was already the great power of the predecessors. The Tao was already difficult to find, but the mastery of the Tao was 100 times more difficult than the search of the Tao. It was even more difficult to reach the level of killing power. On the other hand, the development of divine abilities was instantaneous and incomparably powerful. The outer tower level secret techniques were very universal. Everyone had the possibility of mastering them. In comparison, the choice of most outer tower cultivators was obvious. As for the Tao path, it was not too late to explore it after the divine descent, when one had a golden body and a lifespan of 500 years. At that time, one would have a higher vision and more time, and naturally, one would have more confidence. Back to the battle. Dou Zhao was undoubtedly the top Tianjiao of the outer tower. While he was in a stalemate with Yonggenzuan, he controlled the Starlight Sacred Tower from afar and used the Tao of Battle to activate the God-slaying blade. He slashed the moon and slashed toward Yonggenzuan. Now that the blade was about to land, how would Yonggenzuan react? He would probably have to dodge, give up his current advantage, and switch from offense to defense. This was the consensus of many spectators in the stands. But at such a moment, high up in the sky, the light of the 5 supernatural powers surrounding Yonggenzuan surged. A part of it separated and turned into a shining blade. The starlight from the distant Azure Dragon star region turned into a hand. A big, strong hand with flowing brilliance. The hand clenched into a fist and suddenly moved, slamming into Dou Zhao's blade of starlight. Yonggenzuan had found his Tao and could also manifest the killing power of the Tao path. The saber and the fist suddenly collided, and for a moment it collapsed, exploding into a sky full of stars, fluttering and sprinkling. The two people in the shower of stars. The red martial attire with golden edges and the white clothes whiter than snow, they were still rising rapidly, as if they were passing through the dome of stars and flying to a higher and farther place. This scene was like a dream, intoxicating. On Dou Zhao's side, Starlight controlled the God-slaying blade. On Yonggenzuan's side, Starlight responded with the fist of the 5 supernatural powers. This was a true clash of the outer tower's peak level. It was the peak in all aspects and in all senses. Yonggenzuan did not give his final response until now. It has been 49 days since I became the outer tower's peak. He looked up at Dou Zhao and smiled calmly. You all talk about how experienced and rare you are. It seems that the outer tower is not difficult to understand. As he spoke, he was still holding the sun with one hand, lifting Dou Zhao and his Tian Shao blade up. At such a moment, the Tian Shao blade and the sun were still resisting each other, and their forces were still madly colliding. The two people had already flown past the moon that had been cut open and soared higher up. The two people who soared into the sky were getting faster and faster. The piercing sound of the wind was getting sharper and sharper, but it was also getting farther and farther away. The two people had already flown away from the martial arts arena and were heading higher up in the sky. The brilliance and magnificence, the red and the white, were getting further and further away in the people's eyes. Where was the final destination? Where the astral wind was? Or even where the real present world's scorching sun hung? But no matter where it landed, this was Yonggenzuan's advantage. Because he was lifting Dou Zhao up. He was advancing and Dou Zhao was retreating. In the distant sky, no matter what danger they encountered, Dou Zhao was the first to bear it. Then, all the dangers that might appear were Yonggenzuan's arms. Speaking of which, the battle had developed to such a situation. It was nothing more than Dou Zhao breaking through the predicament with 2 strikes and attacking his opponent with another strike, and then being blocked again. This was not a flaw at all. Dou Zhao's response was perfect from beginning to end, and he did not reveal any flaws. But facing Yonggenzuan, who was in the state of 5 prefectures' glory, this was a flaw. The sun only blocked and pushed again, and Dou Zhao was pushed into a predicament. Dou Zhao struggled again, and even slashed out the Starlight God-slaying blade, but it was all resolved by Yonggenzuan one by one. Yonggenzuan was now clearly showing that he was not greedy and arrogant. He did not try to expand his advantage in other aspects. Instead, he grasped this advantage that was not considered an advantage and pushed Dou Zhao to the end. If there was really a step to push to the place where the present world's scorching sun hung, Dou Zhao would be burned to death first. Of course, it was Yung Genzuan's victory. Everyone in the ring-shaped spectator stands raised their heads in anticipation. Watching the two peerless Tianjiao's figures getting farther and farther, their vision was getting blurrier and blurrier. In particular, their rising background was a clear sky and scorching sun, making it difficult to look directly at them. Gradually, many people could no longer see the battle group clearly. There were only two blurry figures, and even two black dots. They couldn't help but discuss. Where did they fight to? If they fight to a place out of sight and someone secretly interfered, would it be clear? Can I fly up to see? How long do we have to wait here? What if they don't come back? Of course, many people were just complaining because they couldn't see the exciting battle. Of course, they knew that the battle between Dou Zhao and Yung Genzuan could not be out of Yu Qia's sight. There was also no such thing as fighting too far away, affecting the fairness of the battle, or not coming back. They were either just complaining or hoping that Yu Qia would take action and pull the battle between Dou Zhao and Yung Genzuan back into sight so that they could continue to enjoy it. Of course, this was something that would not happen. This was the so-called noise and noise. Transcendent cultivators were no exception. Those who could see the intricacies of the battle would not be distracted and would not have the time to be noisy. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already opened his eye of Qianyang. His left eye turned red and a red light surged. He stared fixedly at Yung Genzuan and Dou Zhao's figures. This was definitely the battle of Tianjiao that the world could not miss. He saw, thousands of miles in the sky, Dou Zhao was still being pushed upward by Yung Genzuan, and he was constantly accelerating. The air was constantly exploding from the collision. The god-slaying saber controlled by Starlight and the 5 divine fists controlled by Starlight fought wildly around the two. However, they were evenly matched and could not really affect each other. Countless streams of light were shattered and danced around the two Tianjiao, as if they were cheering for them. This terrifying height was still limited to the area covered by the Pillar of 6 Directions. It still did not exceed the height of the Dharma Laksana of the 6 Supremes. Even if he exhausted his eyesight, he could not see the end of the Pillar of 6 Directions. Of course, he could not see the faces of the 6 Supremes. The corner of the dragon robe was a piece of the sky. Jiang Wang had a kind of understanding in his heart. The Pillar of 6 Directions and the Dharma Laksana of the 6 Supremes were indomitable within the river-viewing platform. It was not really the sky that held up the entire modern world. He could not understand the existence of the 6 Supremes, and he was not sure if they could do this. However, it was obvious that the indomitable spirit of the Pillar of 6 Directions should be limited to the river-viewing platform. Otherwise, the Pillar of 6 Directions should be visible from anywhere in the modern world. However, in reality, only when one stepped onto the river-viewing platform could one see the Pillar of 6 Directions. It was just that his attention was not on this before, and he did not consider this. At this time, following the two people in the battle, his field of vision continued to rise. The more he saw, the more he could not help but think. Was this place an independent heaven and earth? Or was this place included in the river-viewing platform? With Jiang Wang's current cultivation and vision, this kind of greatness was not enough to understand. The only thing he knew was that although the height of Yung Genzuan and Dou Zhao's battle was terrifying, it did not really transcend the river-viewing platform. No matter how high they flew, how far they flew, even if they were stirred up by the astral winds and crashed into the grand sun, they were still within the river-viewing platform. It was indeed the world's most majestic platform, a great existence that forever suppressed the long river. The more he understood the meaning of greatness. The sky of the river viewing platform was also the real sky. Therefore, when the blade-like astral winds came and went and cut down Dou Zhao and Yonggenzuan in the battle, a change had to happen. This was because in a peak battle like Dou Zhao and Yonggenzuan, any increase or decrease in power could change the direction of victory and defeat. In the current situation, all external influences were disadvantageous to Dou Zhao. This was the reason why Dou Zhao kept trying to break free, and Yonggenzuan firmly held him back. I'm very sorry that I didn't get to see your fifth supernatural power. With the help of the immortal sound state, Jiang Wang's ears caught this voice. It was Dou Zhao's brilliant and confident voice. Why did he say that? It did not sound like he was at a disadvantage. Then, Yonggenzuan's reply was arrogant and calm. Regret is the right of the loser. Ha 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 ha. Dou Zhao suddenly laughed wildly in the sky. This sound was arrogant. His entire aura changed abruptly. From that warm and brilliant state, it became arrogant and arrogant. His clothes fluttered and his eyes were bright. Starting from his hands that were holding the saber, bits of gold began to spread. The golden glow quickly flowed through his entire body. His brows, eyes, hair, his body, his clothes, and even the Tian Shao saber. They were all enveloped in a brilliant golden color. He was like the blazing sun, arrogant and unruly. In the sky, Dou Zhao revealed his battle-golden body. Boom! That was the sound of an explosion in the sky. It was like thunder rolling across the clear sky. Jiang Wang was shocked to see, in the sky, Yonggenzuan, who was like a god and a demon under the state of 5 prefectures illumination at the same time. He was actually cut down by a single slash. Chapter 1142. This did not mean that Dou Zhao, who was in the battle golden body state, had surpassed Yonggenzuan in terms of pure strength. Instead, the moment he revealed his battle golden body, his will and power were bursting forth. It was as if 100 grasses had sprouted in spring. Yonggenzuan could no longer block his blade will. Starlight's 5 divine fists were also shattered by Dou Zhao's god-slaying blade. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to push Dou Zhao to an infinitely high place, to the blazing sun of this world. If the stalemate continued, Dou Zhao would be able to kill Yonggenzuan with his blade will. Both parties in the battle understood this very well. Under such circumstances, Yonggenzuan decisively activated his divine ability and reversed Chongxian. He, who was holding the sun wheel, suddenly fell rapidly. The sun wheel and the blade of the Tianshao blade were separated for a moment. But clang! The Tianshao blade quickly slashed down and landed on the sun wheel again. Yonggenzuan wanted to break free, but Dou Zhao did not agree. He slashed wildly in the sky. As Yonggenzuan was falling rapidly, Dou Zhao did not use any complicated blade techniques to prevent him from breaking free from the blade momentum. Instead, he used the simplest and most direct slash. His blade momentum enveloped Yonggenzuan and refused to be separated for a moment. His entire body fell along with Zhong Xianzun, but the Tian Shao saber continued to slash. Clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang. Like raindrops hitting banana leaves, he slashed wildly and fiercely. The Tian Shao blade slashed out a series of overlapping shadows, as if there were hundreds of blades slashing at Yonggenzuan at the same time. The reason why there were only so many blade shadows was because, under Yonggenzuan's control, the sun wheel that could block the blades was only so big. There was no space for more slashes. However, Yonggenzuan could not shrink the sun wheel any further. This was the most suitable shape under his extreme control. If it were any bigger, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. If it were any smaller, he wouldn't be able to defend himself against the falling saber. Both sides had reached their limits in offense and defense. In the field of vision of all the spectators, the two black dots that were gradually getting smaller and smaller gradually became bigger and clearer. Then, he heard the sound of air exploding. Then he saw. The dazzling golden Dozhao held the Tian Shao saber with both hands and suppressed the sun wheel. He chopped down Yongenzuen, who was in the state of 5 prefectures illuminated at the same time. 5 balls of blazing light pierced through his white robe and illuminated Yongenzuen like a god. Dou Zhao's golden-edged red martial robe had already been dyed a brilliant gold. He was in the air with his back facing the scorching sun, but it was as if he had become the scorching sun itself. His saber chopped down quickly, as if he was a strong blacksmith hammering iron in front of a furnace. They treated the peerless Yongenzuen as a piece of iron, a lump of iron. The saber smashed down like a heavy hammer. It had always been Yongenzuen who used the sun wheel and his fists to smash people. This was the first time Jiang Wang saw him being smashed like this. The saber smashing the sun wheel was only the surface. The truly exciting part was the clash between Dou Zhao and Yongenzuen when the Tian Shao saber and the sun wheel collided violently. Just like how Yongenzuen pushed Dou Zhao, this time it was Yongenzuen's turn to attack continuously. He used the power of Chongxian and Starlight to control the fists of the 5 divine abilities, in an attempt to break free from the saber momentum. Dou Zhao, on the other hand, used the Tao of battle to control the god-slaying saber and dissolve them one by one. In the round where Dou Zhao had the advantage, he wasn't willing to give Yongenzuen any chance. Unlike rising, Yongenzuen's fall had an end, and he would soon reach the end. Dou Zhao's saber seemed wild, but every saber was precisely controlled. One saber chased after another. The saber and saber overlapped, and the saber momentum accumulated. The saber momentum accumulated along the way could cut Yongenzuen in half when he was at his peak, which was when Yongenzuen was smashed to the ground and couldn't retreat anymore. From a high altitude to the river viewing platform, from a distant black dot to a clear view of all the spectators. How many saber strikes did it take? Jiang Wang counted very clearly. 17,562 slashes. Dou Zhao and Yongenzuen, who were in the middle of the battle, were even more clear. They clashed in every detail, every detail, every detail. Their strength, momentum, and intent never compromised in the slightest. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome would be decided within 20,000 saber strike. Of course, Yongenzuen didn't want such an ending under such circumstances. Therefore, he separated his hands. The sun wheel disappeared. The saber momentum was like a violent storm hitting a banana leaf. It suddenly stopped. However, the Tianshao saber, which had accumulated 17,931 saber momentum, slashed Yonggenzuen's body without any concealment, slashing his peerless face. Huang Sheli, who was in the stands, was so nervous that he gripped his seat tightly. He couldn't bear to see the beauty wither. Crack! The resplendent gem-like object was destroyed. Yonggenzuen's life-saving divine ability. He couldn't get rid of Dou Zhao's saber momentum as he fell at an extremely fast speed. After confirming that things couldn't be done, he decisively withdrew the sun wheel, risking the consumption of a life-saving divine ability to end Dou Zhao's consecutive slashes in advance. However, the timing he chose was also very clever. Not only did it happen to be stuck at a more uncomfortable point for Dou Zhao, causing his accumulated slash momentum to be unable to maximize and dissipate a small half of its power, it was more about the position. Their current position was still relatively high up in the sky, right next to the full moon. The moon that hung high in the sky, which had been passed by a long time ago and was also ignored by many people, passed by them again when they fell from a higher place. At this moment, the bright moon instantly turned into thousands of rays of moonlight that fell on Dou Zhao's body. Threads of moonlight, one connected to an unknown place in the void, and the other fixed on Dozhan's body. Thousands of moonlight threads fixed Dozhao, who had just shattered Yonggenzuan's life-saving divine ability, in place. This scene was really mysterious. The snow-white moonlight seemed to be woven into a spider web, spreading out and covering the sky. At this moment, Dozhao was like a golden bug that had fallen into a silver spider web. The offensive and defensive momentum changed again. Yonggenzuan's figure had reversed, from falling to leaping. He clenched his right fist tightly. Starlight flowed, and the light of the 5 divine abilities shone. He punched Dozhao's abdomen. It was for the fist of the 5 divine abilities. Clang! The fist hit Dozhao's golden body, and it actually made the sound of metal hitting metal. As a top divine ability that was said to only appear once every 500 years in the Chudo clan, the battle golden body was undeniably powerful. It was a great fortune for the Do clan to have 2 in this generation. But compared to Do Zhao's battle golden body, Do Mion's battle golden body was like brass plated with gold powder. Do Zhao could actually withstand the fists of the 5 divine abilities without dying by relying on his own body's defensive power. Even so, Do Zhao's entire body was bent into the shape of a shrimp in the air. But how many outer sect cultivators could resist such a fist with their physical body? Clang! Yonggenzuan punched again without hesitation. Do Zhao's body, which had just straightened up, was once again bent. And this time, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The golden blood meant that Do Zhao's battle golden body had truly been developed from the outside to the inside, from the skin to the bones to the blood. It had been developed to its current limit. This mouthful of blood that was spat out of his body turned into a golden blade. It suddenly bent and slashed out a move, defeat the skin, and slashed towards Yonggenzuan's face. Zhongxian Zun did not dodge, and his fist still landed on Do Zhao's body. He would rather use his life-saving divine ability to resist this blade than give Do Zhao a chance to escape. The punch landed on Do Zhao's face and broke a few teeth. The remaining force shattered his hair bun. Do Zhao was heavily injured again. But the golden blood blade was reversed. It turned into divinity destruction and landed on the moonlight net. When this blade was unleashed, it hid 2 forces. If Yonggenzuan blocked it, he would use the force to escape. If Yonggenzuan ignored it, he would use this blade to save himself. This blood blade was too beautiful. It completely fooled Yonggenzuan. Transforming blood into a blade was a clever move. Furthermore, the saber formed by spurting blood actually contained 2 forces. This was something that was almost impossible to achieve. It was unimaginable and naturally impossible to guard against. Only a top Tianjiao like Do Zhao could turn the impossible into possible. The golden blood blade slashed down on the moonlight net with the force of divinity destruction. Do Zhao's golden body flickered and instantly regained his freedom. Everything happened very quickly. At that moment, Do Zhaokai was punched in the face. 2 broken golden teeth flew out mixed with blood. His handsome face was turned to the right from the impact. There were still traces of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. His hair bun had long been messed up, and his long golden hair danced in the air. But once he escaped, he suddenly turned around. His golden eyes were shining brightly. He had already pulled back his blade when he turned around. When his golden eyes reflected the figure in white again, the heavenly blade had already arrived. The next scene almost made all the spectators speechless. It was only at this moment that Do Zhao used the battle golden body to fully activate the battle 7 styles. It truly reappeared. The first killing technique in the modern world. The heavenly blade fell. Skin destroyed. Body and soul destroyed. Human disaster. Nature destroyed. Divinity destruction. Divine punishment. Under the activation of the battle golden body, these 6 consecutive styles were wonderful. The blade light easily twisted Yonggenzuan into it. It damaged his skin, injured his body and soul, and caused disaster. His heart was destroyed, and his supernatural power was destroyed. He had to suffer divine punishment. That beautiful, resplendent gem-like object flickered twice in succession. In other words, in this round of blade light poured out by Dou Zhao, Yonggenzuan faced certain death twice. He was completely unable to fight back. But it was not over yet. At this moment, Dou Zhao, who still had golden blood at the corner of his mouth, was facing Yonggenzuan head-on. The heavenly blade slashed straight down. This blade was grand and majestic, shining with golden light. It was dazzling and awe-inspiring like a Buddha. The Battle 7 Styles, the 5 Decay of Heaven and Man. Around Yonggenzuan, that beautiful, resplendent gem-like object. Patter, 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 such crisp sounds seemed to be heard continuously. It sounded 3 times in a row. Na Liang, who had manifested a body close to a god, had once asked how many times Yonggenzuan's life-saving supernatural power could be used. The answer to this question was 7 times. Yonggenzuan's life-saving supernatural power was called the Celestial Wheel. 7 stars surrounded it, and it could withstand 7 fatal attacks. In the battle with Na Liang, it had been consumed once and had not recovered yet. Previously, in order to stop Dou Zhao's consecutive slashes, it had consumed another time. In the 6 consecutive slashes after Dou Zhao liberated his freedom, it had consumed another 2 times. And the last slash of the Battle 7 Styles that Dou Zhao activated with his Battle Golden Body, it had completely exceeded the current range of the Celestial Wheel. It had been shattered 3 times in a row, but it had not been consumed. In front of such a terrifying slash, Yonggenzuan's snow-white clothes had been quietly covered in filth. His long black hair instantly withered and fell. Sticky sweat kept coming out of his armpits. His body began to emit a fishy smell. He could not sit or stand still, and his mind was in a mess. It was the sign of the 5 decay of a celestial being. This was a blade that could even kill a celestial being. The 5 originally blazing and dazzling light sources had also dimmed. When Dou Zhao displayed his battle golden body, he said that it was a pity. He regretted that Yonggenzuan could not display the 5th supernatural power because he would not give Yonggenzuan another chance. At this moment, under the decline of the celestial being 5 slashes, the peerless Yonggenzuan had begun to wither. His life was flowing away. It was flowing away at a terrifying speed. Everyone could see that Yonggenzuan was irrevocably heading toward death and had fallen into defeat. Under such a slash, his celestial wheel would not be able to withstand it even if it had 3 more times. In the stands, Wang Yiwu had already stood up, and the veins on his fists were bulging. Even the enlightened Master Chao Jie was staring at the arena, ready to admit defeat for Yonggenzuan at any time. Even if he knew that Yu Ju would save the loser's life, he was still worried that the other party would deliberately make a mistake. No country would be willing to lose a Tianjiao like Yonggenzuan. But at this moment Yonggenzuan stretched out his hand. Under the slash of the celestial being 5 slashes, he could only wait to die. But he still struggled to stretch out his hand. It was a white, slender, and powerful hand, but now it was withering and aging. He stretched out his left hand. From the ceremony of a master to the martial arts practice in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. From the Yellow River meeting to the Riverview platform. No matter what, he always fought with his right hand. He held the sun wheel and clenched his iron fist. He had never used his left hand to lead the attack. Now he stretched out his left hand. In the palm of his hand, a spot of light appeared. A spot of red light was the sun wheel. A spot of snow light was the moon wheel. A spot of treasure light was the celestial wheel. 3 spots of light were side by side. The sun wheel, moon wheel, and star wheel that were kept in the body, suspended in the sky, and circled around his body. They suddenly appeared and connected with each other. The 3 lights flowed and shone together. Together, they formed a strangely shaped long saber. The back of the saber had 3 curves and the ridge had 2 points. The blade only had 1 curve. The body of the saber was like 3 crescent moons connected together, and the hilt was flowing with a brilliance that constantly changed colors. Now, this light was held in his hand. Now, this saber was held in his left hand. Very few people knew that Jung Genzuan had always been practicing with his left hand. What he was really good at was saber techniques, because very few people could force his left hand, and very few people could see his saber. At this moment, the sun wheel, moon wheel, and star wheel combined into one, materializing the sun, moon, and star tri-wheel saber. And Jung Genzuan held it with his left hand, supported by the power of Chongxian, and slashed out with his saber while his body was endlessly weakened. The saber had already cut through Dou Zhao's neck. The last divine ability of Jung Genzuan's 5 residences was called decapitation, because it had the merit of cutting through the confusion and reaching the truth. It was named decapitation. It was performed internally to cut through the confusion of the path of Tao. It was performed externally to hit the vital point. It was a rare slash from ancient times to modern times. The sun, moon, and star tri-wheel saber cut through Dou Zhao's neck. The moment it connected with the golden light of the Douzhan golden body, it went straight into the neck. Almost at the same time, Yu Qian stepped onto the martial arts platform, and a clear light flowed in his palm. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.